Recording in progress.
Like to explain the relationship between media and peace. In present day society, information is power, and the mediation of this information is a great responsibility. A free, independent, and unbiased media is the means through which the correct information is conveyed to the people, which sustains the democratic structure of any nation. However, media as an information vehicle is susceptible to corroding influences of powers that be. In the guise of free and independent debate and discussion, information can be misused for propaganda, spreading hatred and rumors, leading to creation of tensions. Hence, deliberations about the role of media as a negotiator of peace or as an agent of resolving conflict continues. It is a known fact that by supplying credible information and by reaching a large audience, the media helps in managing conflicts and in promoting democratic principles. Hence, one of the pillars of upholding world peace is the promotion of truth and ethical journalism. In the fourth National Conference on Media and Journalism, we have the following objectives that we would like to share with this August gathering. To appreciate as well as to critically analyze the role of media and journalism in peace building processes, delineating the tenets of value based media practices, to promote dialogue, inclusivity, and peace, to propose a roadmap by addressing challenges of new media and the way forward for ethical media practice, We are sure that after attending the 3 important days of the 4th NCMJ, we will be having some very important takeaways from this conference, be it networking, raising awareness, understanding challenges of new media, or appreciating the complex functioning of media and the people behind it. By setting this context, I wish you all a very good morning and I welcome all of you to day 2 of the 4th NCMJ. Let us have a huge round of applause as we also welcome the guests. Thank you so much. I welcome you all wholeheartedly on behalf of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, Pune, Bharat, to the 4th National Conference on Media and Journalism, Dialogue, Inclusivity and Peace. We experienced an overwhelming participation on day 1 of the 4th NCMJ, organized by MITWPU in association with R.K. Lakshman Museum, Mumbai Press Club, the Foreign Correspondents Club, New Delhi, and the Pune Union of Working Journalists. So now, it is indeed my honor and privilege to welcome all the dignitaries on the dais. May we have a huge round of applause for all our panelists, and may I kindly request the Director of School of Media and Communication, Mr. Dheeraj Singh Ji, to please have our panelists on the dais. Let us have a huge round of applause, my dear friends, for Mukesh Sharma Ji, K.S. Sridhar Ji, Miriam Chandi Minachari Ji, Farah Khatun Ji, and Shilpi Gulati Ji. Friends, can we keep applauding for this very august panel? Thank you so much. We would now take the privilege in felicitating our esteemed panel for today. May I request Mr. Dheeraj Singh sir to kindly do the honors. It is indeed our privilege to have amongst us the moderator of this session, Mukesh Sharma Ji, the CEO of Vishwashanti Darshan Channel, MIT World Peace University. Let us have a huge round of applause, my dear friends, for Mukesh Sharma Ji. Thank you so much. Friends, it's an honor and privilege to now have K.S. Sridhar Ji, the Director, Films Division, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Mumbai. A huge round of applause for K.S. Sridhar Ji. Thank you so much. It is indeed an honor and privilege to have amongst us Miriam Chandi Minachari Ji, the founder of Filament Pictures. A huge round of applause for Miriam Chandi Minachari Ji. Thank you so much. We are also elated to have amongst us Farah Khatun Ji, the documentary filmmaker. Friends, a huge round of applause for Farah Khatun Ji. Thank you so much. We are also pleased and honored to have amongst us Shilpi Gulati ji, Assistant Professor from TIS, Mumbai. May we have a huge round of applause for Shilpi Gulati ji. Thank you so much to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to once again welcome all the panelists, the dignitaries on and off the dais, to the second plenary session of the fourth NCMJ, which is on the theme Documenting Past, Present, and Future. Even though documentary filmmaking has its place in the world of cinema, it continues to be the type of filmmaking that conveys quote unquote reality and gives a voice to the unheard. Rooted in actuality, documentaries have played a pivotal role in documenting a slice of real life. Specifically, in the context of India, documentary films have played an integral role in nation building by producing a plethora of documentary films. In this panel, we have with us the talented documentary filmmakers, and we hope to hear from them about the specific role documentary films play in the documenting of past, present, and future. The panel also aims to deliberate upon what kind of challenges the documentary filmmaking faces, particularly in the context of production and distribution, and how in India it is likely to change with the coming of the new streaming platforms. It is also indeed my great fortune to announce that we have such interesting deliberations lined up today, as today is the National Education Day. So we are all honored to have amongst us such amazing and very interesting panelists who would really help us be aware and get educated on some interesting as well as pertinent issues. Before starting with this most awaited panel discussion, I would like to take the honor and privilege to introduce the moderator of this session, Mukesh Sharma ji. Armed with a PhD in journalism and mass communication, a master's in broadcast journalism and a bachelor in science, Dr. Mukesh Sharma is a recipient of several national and international awards for his contribution in the field of public service broadcasting, cinema, and education. In his illustrious career spanning over 4 decades, Dr. Mukesh Sharma was the Director General of Films Division. He was the Festival Director of Mumbai International Film Festival 2016. He worked as the additional DG of Doordarshan and changed the fortunes of DDK Mumbai and turned it into the best DD Kendra of the country. He also worked as the corporate head of Prasar Bharati. Dr. Mukesh Sharma was the architect of the Indo-Mauritius film co-production. Needless to mention, the film Ankur, Maina Aur Kabutar won the National Award for the Best Children's Film. During his tenure at DD, he undertook advanced professional training in program acquisition and broadcast scheduling at Deutsche Welle TV Training Center in Berlin, Germany, and was also awarded fellowship by the British Council in the UK. He was the founding director, dean of Ramesh Sippy Academy of Cinema and Entertainment, the founding dean, School of Branding and Advertising, NMIMS University, and currently serves as the Chief Executive Officer of the Vishwashanti Darshan channel at MIT World Peace University. We warmly welcome you, sir. Thank you so much for being a moderator of this panel.
Let us begin a new chapter of the NCMJ, and let me introduce to you the eminent guest that we have today. K.S. Sridharji, He is the Director of Film Division, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. Shri K.S. Sridharji studied cinematography at the prestigious Bangalore Film Institute, after which he worked in the film and television industry before joining Films Division. He has an experience of nearly 30 years in the field of cinematography and direction. His films, The Valley of Flowers, Diler Arunima Sinha, Winds of Change, Dhobi Ghat, and The First Ink are highly appreciated. His works are known for their in-depth research and cinematic approach towards the subject. Miriam Chandy Menachery ji. She is the founder of Filament Pictures and a filmmaker. Miss Miriam Chandy Menachery was one of the 18 filmmakers from South Asia chosen for the Global Media Makers Fellowship by the US State Department and Film Independent. The winner of the UK Environment Fellowship and Commonwealth Fellowship, her most recent film, From the Shadows, explores art and activism on issues related to child sex trafficking. Her last documentary, The Rat Race, weaves together the narratives of rat killers in Mumbai and won the MIP Dog Crow Production Challenge at Cannes. She was also the winner of the Best Social Documentary Award for her film Robot Jockey, which captures the race to introduce robotic riders in place of children in the camel races of the Middle East. Farah Khatun, documentary filmmaker. Farah's directorial debut film I Am Bonnie on the tragedies, aspirations and achievements of a transgender footballer had the world premiere at BFI Flair, London LGBT Film Festival, got the National Award for the Best Film on Social Issues, awarded the Best Documentary at Kolkata International Film Festival and screened at many other international festivals. Faraji's recent films, Ripples Under the Skin, won Satyajit Ray's Silver Award for the second best documentary, Mrinal Singh Golden Award for the best direction in documentary at 5th South Asian Short Film Festival and Best Documentary Award at 8th International Film Festival of Shimla. This film is also part of NFDC Film Bazaar. Shilpi Gulati ji. She is a filmmaker and an assistant professor at TIS Mumbai. Shilpi ji is a filmmaker, theatre artist and an educator. She locates her practice at the intersections of documentary and performance, where she largely engages with community-based media practices, feminist histories and intergenerational memory. She is a two-time recipient of the President's National Film Award in India for her documentaries Kissa-e-Parsi, The Parsi Story, and Tala-te-Kunji, Lock and Key, which along with her other works, Naach Bhikari Naach, Deratun Dilli, have been widely screened. In the past, Shilpi ji has been a Fulbright scholar at Columbia University, New York, and is currently pursuing her doctoral research at the School of Arts and Aesthetics, Jawaharlal Nehru University. I would like to formally hand over the session to the moderator. Sir, over to you.
I request my technical team to kindly enable the cordless mic.
Hello, yeah, this one is working. So good morning. Before we start today's session, I think all the participants, all the directors, documentary filmmakers who are sitting with me, they need a round of applause for such a good CV, what we heard about them. Okay. Also, it's morning time. I'm sure you guys are also alert. Try and take maximum out of the discussion. Make your notes, whatever you can, right? You can always laugh and enjoy afterwards also. But before again I start, I would like to thank Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir for such a beautiful dome, such a place where we are all sitting here, the World Peace Dome, and having our this conference, 4th National Conference. Documentaries, as you know, and just now I think in the intro also she had said, and for me, documentaries are never made. You live a documentary. When you live a documentary, that means you need to observe, you need to ascertain, you need to enlightened, you need to know what is happening around if a particular subject you pick up. Now today's subject, what we have here is primarily how the documentary filmmakers can help us in building world peace. About inclusiveness, about dialogues, of course for the peace. I have been making films, documentaries, and of course feature films. But I find today one good trend which is coming out from a non-fiction and a fiction is the birth of biopics. Now if you see, the biopics are typically a documentary, yet it's not a documentary. Because you have the freedom to do the drama the way you like, to change the narrative the way you like. Yet you can live the character, you can make it live. And that is why today the biopics are becoming a hit. So it's a combination of the two. Coming back to our own subject of documentaries, the only I would say organization, government organization which have been helping us with the documentaries has been Films Division. Now Films Division came up in 1948, just after the independence. And their primarily job was to ensure that whatever the good or the indifferent or the bad work or whatever work the government is doing, they must do a tom-tom of it, a propaganda sort of thing. But they must inform apart from that, that everything is hunky-dory, we have got a freedom and we are doing nice. The good thing that has happened over the years is Films Division has a vast variety of such documentaries in the library. Anytime you should visit Films Division in Mumbai if you are very keen to be a filmmaker. And they have all the types of documentary, right from a observatory to, there are 5-6 types of documentaries, a poetic or whatever you want to know. And that will also help you to the way you want to make your own work, you want to start your own production, you want to make your own documentary. Films Division, as I remember, and they have told you I was a DG there, there is also a very interesting, I would say, what is that, the museum, the film museum. And film museum is a lot of money, nearly about 100 crore plus have been spent on that museum. And since most of you are coming from all over the country, you may not know about it. If you get a chance, do visit that also. That will also help you in your learning, right? Again, coming back to my basic thing, because this information, being a broadcaster, I have always been sharing, I thought I must do it again. So today's topic, as I said, is about how we can have peace by producing documentaries or by sharing documentaries or by making documentaries. What role exactly a documentary filmmaker can play in ensuring that the world peace or the peace among the society, peace among us can be done. So I would first ask my friend, and who has been my former colleague also, in fact, 2 of my former colleagues are with me right now. Sridhar is here. Sridhar is a director, and you have heard about him. He has made a lot of good documentaries. Sridhar, just tell us, what films have you made on peace and harmony since you joined, or Films Division for that matter, and how it has helped us during these years? And anything you want to add?
Good morning, everyone. So, for the direct question like you asked, the films are not made for that particular topic. So you tell stories. You tell stories about people. You tell stories about. See, India is a very diverse country, and I don't think there's any other country that is as diverse as India. So what happens is that people don't get to know stories about people. If I am in the western part of India, I don't know what's happening in the northern part. I don't know what's happening in the northeastern. So when you tell stories about different people and their lives, and so many different cultures, so many different religions, when people get to know each other, that is when I think peace, it automatically comes. When there are stories, there are individual stories of each and every one. So it's the films that we make are not directly related to peace, but it is indirectly working on the same subject.
Maybe a sort of a byproduct.
Yeah. When you know that the other person is also similar to me, that is when you accept them. That is when you treat them equally. And maybe even the other person is also going through the same struggles that I am going through. And that is how documentaries help in peace and harmony. So that is what I can say. But
also one more question, then I'll come back to you again. How much is the new media destroying peace?
Well, this is something to deliberate. I don't think it's destroying peace. See, the new media is helping to bring out more stories. Earlier, when you had filmmaking as an option, if you want to think of filmmaking, you had to shell out a lot of money. Celluloid was the only option. And to think of making a film, you first have to think of how to produce it, how to fund it. And documentary films especially, it's very hard to fund a documentary film. So the mediums now is after film, you got video technology, and then the digital, and now even on a mobile you can shoot a film. The main thing is now what story you want to tell. It's not the medium. You can shoot a film on a mobile and you can still show it to the world. So that has helped. So I think because of this technology, more and more stories are coming up. So people are able to know other people much better. So I don't think it's destroying peace. I think it's helping in it.
Okay, so it's helping peace, the new media. Let me just quickly go to Shilpi. I'll be just doing round like this. Shilpi, is the society more fragmented today or was it yesterday with the media around?
You know, it's very interesting what you're saying. I feel like from time to time, every epoch feels like it's standing at the edge of an abyss. You know, every epoch feels like what is happening today is worse than what it was in the back old days. And perhaps, you know, when we were talking about when these kind of conversations were happening a few years back, I'm sure people of previous generations were saying the same thing, you know. Coming back to your point, you know, the idea of new media, as scholars talk about what is so new about new media, you know. From celluloid, there was a moment where we shifted from celluloid to video. That was new media at that time, you know. A few years later, we went into digitization, and that's what we are all grappling with regard to our archives, what we produce, how we exhibit, etc. And we obviously now have what I call the beast of the internet in front of us. You know, it has immense possibilities. I don't know if we are fragmenting today more than we were before, but I know that, like, you know, was just said, the possibilities of us uniting is so much more today because we are connected in so many other ways, virtually, digitally, online, through this new media that we have, which I think we can activate to our advantage.
Okay.
Know?
I'll just go to it quickly. So, as she said, there is no fragmentation, there is so much of media happening. So what do you think, accuracy over immediacy or immediacy over accuracy? What is important?
I think, you know, it's a very interesting question that you asked. That's why it's taking time
No,
to
I'm just saying,
know.
I'll just rephrase it. I'm saying today that because things are now, earlier what was happened, there was one channel. There was one channel, so it was a morning news, evening news, and there was peace. Now the whole day there is a, you know, the drums are going on and something is happening. So, because everyone wants to be immediate. How many people want to be accurate, I do not know. So that's why I say what is important in news today in media, accuracy over immediacy or immediacy over accuracy?
See,
Because news is,
yes. I mean, if we talk about news, we are so bombarded with so many information. Some are good, some are bad, and some are very ugly as well, you know, which plays a definite role in fragmenting the society. But I think no, there are a huge possibility, especially because of new media. There are immense number of pages, YouTube channels, where you see news of different kind. They are not trying to give us a information that will, you know, that will be inaccurate or, you know, trying to just to get more TRP, just to be on the limelight. They are not trying to give us some wrong information without even checking. So I think that possibility is definitely there, but you know, what we want to take is definitely within us. And accordingly, we channelize what we want to see and what we don't want to see. So it's like that, people don't bother nowadays. Many people don't bother about accuracy, yet there are a lot who bothers. And like Silpi said, that's, because of new media, we all are so connected and we can choose what we want to see and what we don't. So.
Okay. So I'll come to you. Tell me something, if you are asked to produce a film on world peace, who all would you like to include in your narrative?
I'm going to respond directly to your question, but the other questions were very provocative as well, and I have to have a chance to respond to that. So I come from the lived experience of having been in news and being very disillusioned when news has gone to these days. I tend to think that it's actually fragmented. We live in a sort of post-truth world with a lot of fake news that is passed around, and that is actually informing our reality. And being documentary filmmakers, I think we have a responsibility to say that if it's a sort of a fast food culture where everyone's trying to grab headlines and put it out, and people are consuming that. And documentary, on the other hand, I see it as slow incubated projects over a long timeline, which give people the chance to interact with nuance. And I think that is what is missing in the way we are informed. We are kind of taking away the headlines. So to come to the question that you asked me, my commitment is to tell stories slowly, the less known stories in a way that engages with people. I mean, I feel like, right from that first image that the Lumiere brothers brought of a train coming to a station, was that a document? What is that? Was it a documentary? Was it just a shot? And the reaction that it had with the audience who saw the first moving images. They were frightened, they were scared, they got up and shrieked and they ran away. That is the power of documentary, even today, that people connect with that moment, with that image, and it's the sort of longer story that you're trying to tell factually. So yeah, the commitment is to tell those lesser known stories that are not in the headlines, that are not just the things grabbing eyeballs and running for TRPs, but to create this bigger narrative of peace, which is pretty much what Sridhar said about inclusivity, about building those bridges of understanding, which appeal to both mind and heart. So.
Thank you. Okay, tell me then, Shilpi, what role social media in that context can play, apart from making documentaries which can be positive, which can help people. But again, as she said, that news today is a fast food. And the kids are interested more in fast foods than a regular food which you normally eat at home. So how does we sort of balance between the fast food and the regular food so that they should have a, because they want immediate gains. That's why I say immediacy has become the mantra today. How do you think a social media platforms, or what do your advice is on that matter so that they can be more inclusive and, have a little more positivity rather than just showing anything and everything?
Like I said, internet and social media internet has been there for a while, but social media and the way it's become a part of our lives is very recent. It's 5 years, 6 years, maybe a little more than that. We are still coming to terms with it. We are still trying to grapple with it. We're also seeing the positives and the negatives with it. But speaking from the point of view of filmmaking, one of the things that I find that has a lot of potential in the social media space is the very fact that, and before that, the cell phone filmmaking that we talk about, at some point filmmaking, especially working with celluloid, was really concentrated on a few hands. Handful of people could dream to be filmmakers. Of course, there was shift over a period of time historically. Many of us sort of walked in and said, we have something to say about the world we live in, And today we've come to a point where each one of us has actually this technology in our hands, And sharing with the world how you see the world, meditating on your own experience of the world, and to have an immediate platform where it's going to reach out to people who think like you, people who want to think like you. I feel like that is for me. I mean, I'm an optimist, so for me that has a lot of potential. Having said that, I have been recently working with, college dropouts, school dropouts, who are so-called uneducated, so-called don't have access to that kind of technology that we people in media schools and film schools have, and to be able to pick up that phone and go around your basti, whether you want to be a citizen journalist or you want to be a storyteller or you just want to be a photographer who documents this moment in history that we are experiencing, and to have a space where you can share it with the world. I feel like that kind of expanded reach and exhibition that at one point, FD would have control and monopoly of production and exhibition of documentary films in our country. And today that monopoly has been completely, for many reasons, technological, historical, et cetera, has been completely democratized. And that the democracy of that technology, I think, has potential. How do we activate a positive use of it, I think, is a larger conversation one should have.
So actually I was asking a different question now since you have directed me to a different question. But this question is going to be for all of you. Let's see how you answer. Now, FD, recently we have heard that FD has come under FD, NFAI, National Film Archive, Children's Film Society, and others have come under one umbrella, which is NFDC. NFDC, which itself was a white elephant for the government. So how do you think FD is going to continue to what they were doing now? Is there any going to be change in the policy, or you are given the freedom to make films? Because a lot of young filmmakers tomorrow, they need a state support. They need funding. As a DG, I knew that I'm supposed to ensure that this public money goes to the right filmmaker who is a budding filmmaker coming from various institutes. So is there any, because I would like you to tell them if there is any policy coming up or whatever little idea you have about it.
FD has been producing documentaries in India right from independence. Okay, and since then itself, FD had these opportunities for outsiders to make films funded by FD, and if they have an interesting idea. So even now, even after the merger, NFDC will be continuing with the same activities that were existing with FD, with NFA, and with Children's Film Society and everything. So the activities haven't stopped. Only the merger has happened within the organizations. Okay, and even now, just yesterday, they had a call for proposals for new filmmakers, for documentary filmmakers, and the call for proposals have been closed yesterday. So if anybody, any filmmaker, any person, not just filmmaker, any person who is interested to tell a story, he can submit his films whenever the call for proposals come online. And it goes through a process of approvals, and it will be approved if it is really interesting.
Okay, so because there was a lot of confusion among the students now that a films division is merged, so there won't be any further funding and all. So I think he has made it clear. And apart from this, yeah, you want to add something?
I would like to add to it. There is also a section called new filmmakers. So it's not just for experienced filmmakers. So if you are a new filmmaker, even for that they have a funding. So even if you're just out of college and you have a great idea, so you can apply for that.
Okay, how many of you have heard about PSBT? Raise your hands. Come on. Public Service Broadcasting Trust by Rajiv Mehrotra, he's heading it. He does a lot of funding for innovative ideas, and most of his films have got national award, most of the directors. Of course, how they fund and all that is a different thing, but there is another channel open for you tomorrow when you take it up. Okay. Coming back to, this is today's paper. Most of you are again reading a paper either digitally or may not be reading. But there is an interesting news today. This is, I'm taking up from my last question about the social media and how are we going to handle this. I'm just reading a little thing. The local police here has arrested 39 people in the last 5 months for posting images of weapons on social media. Said officials, adding that social media reels brandishing dangerous weapons, status messages issuing threats to rivals, gang of miscreants claiming dominance in an area, though online posts have been on the radar. This is another area which is coming up. How are we going to face it? How are you going to, there's a lot of conflict is happening around. So you as a filmmaker, what do you think? Can you draw a bigger line than this? Or if a parallel line, so that this line is not only showing, the other line is also coming up? You.
Yeah, I think this is the biggest debate of our time, the dichotomy. A technology is never bad in itself. A technology is, as Shilpi said, democratizing a certain space and allowing people to put their reality out and build these bridges. But on the other hand, it's a fake news culture, or like where you are using fragments of imagery for misinformation. How do you stem that, or how do you educate people enough to know how to sift through it, and rather than react to it, you kind of, you don't even that act of passing on a false message, it's in a way creating a network of misinformation. And you're creating cultures where you're creating public opinion. Elections are lost and won based on misinformation campaigns now. So it's something, and on the other hand, if I had to put in contrast something that's so controlled like a news environment, where are the field reports? I no longer see field reports. I do not see grassroots reporting. So a AC hall with anchors screaming on top of their heads to like get TRPs, is that actually informing the public? So it's like these multiple realities that are coexisting, and I don't think I have a ready-made answer to this. As a filmmaker, my job is to build a nuanced understanding of a certain reality so people can engage in a way that I'm not just telling them what to think, but they can engage with the film itself in a way that they take away something that is real.
Thank you. But as I understand from this, sometimes I feel, are we in minority because the violence or the disruption is happening so much that they have tend to taken over whatever the good work is happening. It is somewhere being. So how do we? That is the big problem. What's a challenge for us? How do you guys tomorrow when you take up your field? How will you be able to help us? Okay, coming back to again a newspaper report yesterday. It was again interesting report on media. And if you're a media student, I'm sure you must have read it. It says that, okay, before that again, ma'am, can you tell me a difference between public service broadcasting and a commercial broadcasting?
Me?
I'm asking her.
Public service broadcasting, I mean, in terms of PSBT, you are,
Public service broadcasting, anything to do with, empowering people,
Yeah,
things like
yeah.
that. Information,
mean-
empower education.
right. Both these, commissioning films and also public broadcasting, both these helps filmmakers to tell their story, but at times, sometimes it gets, how do I say, I don't know what. Yeah. So it gets filtered. So that's where the problem lies. And what happens as independent filmmaker, we always face this. If there is a production house or let's say a broadcasting channel that is, going to broadcast our work, we are conscious about what are they aligned with and what are their vision, what they want to
The
do.
mission and vision.
So our work is getting filtered in some sense if we are putting it for public or broadcasting it somewhere. And same happens with any other commissioning people also, and everybody has their own sort of decorum to work with their funding
Yeah, no,
and
Farah,
all.
what I
But
was saying is, maybe I have not understood. I'm not asking about commissioning part. I'm saying commercial. Now, the commercial broadcasting, there was, just for the information of all of you, there has been only one channel over the years, so many years. Your dad and mom has been watching it, the Doordarshan, right? It was a public service broadcaster. The job of a public service broadcaster was always to ensure that it reaches the citizens of this country. When commercial broadcasting came up, they said, fine, whatever it is. And as she said, TRPs are required, numbers are needed, monies are needed. Somebody has put in to start a channel, a satellite channel or whatever. So that is primarily catering to the consumers of this country. So when this happens, then the consumer and the citizens, so there has to be, so there was a paper report yesterday which says that, where I need your response, that the Government of India and the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting have decided that henceforth, on a daily basis, all the channels will produce half an hour of public service broadcasting, which means programs on women empowerment, programs on health, education, girl child education and things like that. What do you think about this idea and how do you think will it take it up? Yes, Shilpi ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to go back a little and come back to the idea of NFDC that you had mentioned. One of the issues with what has happened with the merger is the very fact that many different units under the government, including FD, DFF, CFSI, the one that makes the films for children, all of these units that were meant for public service and catering to the interest of the citizens have been merged under NFDC, which we must remember is a corporation, which almost 8 years back was declared, actually, it had to be disinvested from. So we are today talking at a time when, yes, many of the programs are continuing, in the name of funding, in the name of distribution, in the name of markets, etc. But must remember that all of these and the archives and the museum and essentially the cultural heritage of our country has been consumed under a public corporation, which tomorrow is in the danger of getting disinvested from if it doesn't go towards profit making. So coming to your point, even within our country with Ministry of Information Broadcasting, yes, it's great that you are encouraging public service broadcasting today across channels. I think it should happen. Material that is being developed by the government should reach its people. And today, broadcasting is the way to do it. Then it would be in previous technologies. But at the same time, we have to also point out the fact that if NFDC tomorrow, a public institution, is being geared towards profit making, then these boundaries of public service and commercial use are being completely blurred. And that is a problem. Our museums, our archives, our libraries, these are our heritage that public money should go towards protecting. And here we are actually going the other way around. So there is a conundrum there that I wanted to sort of bring out because this has been in conversation for the last 2 years since the merger has happened. And I would really encourage the government to think this through and declare at least the archives, and we've been all actually working on it in different ways, declare the archives as something that is not for profit. Our museums cannot be for profit. They are for the citizens, and like you said, in the service of the citizens.
Anybody wants to add anything on this? No.
It's a really important point that all of us have been concerned about, especially where our archives are concerned. And monopolies, whether it's private or public, is dangerous. We've seen that happen. Even in the private sector, the fact that a few people are controlling all the news channels, it's dangerous. We've seen it not just in India, anywhere abroad. It's like one kind of opinion that comes out, or if it falls, it all falls together. So whether we are talking about public or private, monopolies are something that we have to guard against.
Okay, I'll just ask one last question from that is everyone, and then I'll take questions if you have. And if you have been listening to us, then I'm sure you must be making your notes. If you have any questions, then you can ask. Okay, because I am a broadcaster. My 7 o'clock news will go at 7 o'clock. So I will finish it at 11:30. That's how I look at it. 1 second. So this question is to all of you. Ma'am, listen carefully. Do you think a media with regulations can do better for world peace than a present free-for-all media? I'll repeat it. Do you think a media with regulations can do better for world peace than the present media, which is free-for-all?
I have just one thing to say. Self-regulation is the best regulation, of course, that people are aware of what they are putting out. That would be the best form of regulation, which is existent in the press, that you're supposed to have just a sort of a governing body, but every sort of channel is supposed to self-regulate. So that's an ideal situation, but if that is not happening and there are situations, because we are also such a diverse country with immediate responses and reactions, there is a need for some sort of mechanism to streamline, but not at the cost of the kind of censorship that is very prevalent and tends to overcome regulation at the cost of censorship, which is to put out a particular agenda or, again, create a sort of monopoly culture of one kind of opinion only coming out.
Yeah. some kind of a regulation is necessary in a like if you don't have a regulation, then it is very difficult to know, like in like now you have OTT channels, you have so many channels, you don't know what your children are watching when you're not at home. So some kind of a regulation is necessary. But as she said, Mariam said, self-regulation is the best thing. It's the best thing. So there are some rules that are formed, and with that you self-regulate yourself to what is the content that you are showing to the people.
I am very suspicious of regulatory methods, especially by the government. All well-intended, they invariably come under control of specific political interests. We've seen that with the censor board and many other things. I personally, it's a difficult question, but I personally think there has to be a stronger conversation on media ethics. There has to be a stronger conversation on fact-checking. We are living in a time today where politically we are more polarized than we were ever before, and politics of representation is something I think we all need to think through as journalists, as documentary filmmakers, and I think ethics today it stands at the core of it. So I think active work on media ethics, which is usually an ignored space, I think is something that schools, platforms, broadcasters, and generally I think the government should also put more money into and talk about what is fact-checking and what is ethical way of reporting, representing. That would be my response.
For me, I think the rules and regulation, if it can be taught at a time when people are at school, that would be helpful for them when they, grow older, and then they are adult person who are telling their own story. Filtering that time might not help because they have their, own sort of thinking. So I think whatever ethics and everything has to be taught at a very, young age. And then it's very important also to support storytellers to tell their story in their own way. And what we see, like Silpi shared, what we see in the name of filtering, what is happening, the free voices are getting, the heat of it. So, so it should have been the other way. The free voices should have been given more attention. So, so that's, my thinking, this filtering should have been more democratized, not like in a monopoly way you can't control it.
So I hope you're ready with your questions. Raise your hands, how many of you? Otherwise I'll continue. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Okay, so I'm just summing it up, what they have said, and I just want to give a little idea of my own. Why I feel and what Sridhar has said and what she was actually sitting on the fence, and you were very clear about it, no regulation she was also, is that anything, if everyone is on the left lane and everyone is not driving on the right side as the discipline is there, or in a cricket field when the match is happening and everyone is in the field trying to disrupt the whole thing. So you need some sort of regulation, but I agree self-regulation. Only thing I'm little worried for the last 2-3 years since we started this, everyone is saying self-regulation. There is a news, I think they have made a platform also with all the broadcasters that are part of it, we are going to self-regulate. I don't know how much successful that, it has been. What do you call it? You must be knowing that it's a platform, a council of broadcasters. Broadcasters News Council. So anyway, that is happening. But yes, anything from the government, at least a documenter will not accept it. I know that because they are very clear about it, and why should they not be? So yes, sir, your question. Somebody this side, give the mic.
Sir, Sharma sir, my question goes to you. Since I have also sailed in the same boat, I have worked in Doordarshan for more than 8 years when you were there. So generally there is a perception when the government works like this only, nothing happens, this and that. But you showed the entire country knows about this. Mumbai Doordarshan program was on top during your tenure. If those who are not knowing should understand who is he. Sir, what is happening in Doordarshan nowadays, because I left Doordarshan 30 years ago. But the programming, as you were saying, the news, the freedom, self-regulation, everybody is talking about, but it is not happening. The self-regulation, if it works, there is no problem at all. And the government regulations, definitely, we can understand that there may be certain problems. What one of madam was saying, I have something doubtful in government rules regulations, but it works very well. Whenever Doordarshan programs comes, Doordarshan news comes, even radio news comes, you can very well understand very authentic and very, very good news, very specific. So sir, what do you think, it will work like this only, or something is going to happen?
What's your good name, sir?
Myself, Dr. GB Singh, retired from FTI as Dean Television. You know me very well.
Okay. Yeah, but this is for the benefit of everyone. That's what I asked. Okay. So, no, what you said is fine, but please understand, today our own children, it is very difficult to communicate with them. Not that they have become obstinate or, no, they have become... The problem is with the information, so much happening around and so much of things are present there, that they know so many things more than us. So it's difficult to tell them, don't do this or don't do that. And today is a time where it is free for all. So anything which regulates, sir, neither they will accept it, nor, nor I should ask them to do so. So the thing is this is going to happen, and as they all have said, somewhere they have to understand, and we need to feed this new generation all the time that please see this also. It's like this. I remember I told my nephew कि उसमें हाथ मत डालो, हाथ जल जाएगा. So what he said? He said, मैंने कहा कि आप कैसे कहते हैं? मैंने कहा मेरा हाथ जला था. Then he said, हाँ तो मैं अपना हाथ जला कर अपना experience लेना चाहता हूँ ना. तो I said, हाँ, he's right, because मेरा experience उसको कैसे पता चलेगा? So the thing is this, they want to do that, but I'm sure this present generation, sir, is quite capable of understanding what is not good and what is good. So I think we should leave it to them. They have to understand, because they are the one who are going to build the future of this country, future of our nation. So हमारा काम उनको बताने का है. Rest is भगवान के हाथ में छोड़ सकते हैं, इससे ज़्यादा नहीं, sir. Thank you so much. Yes, next.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Please tell your name.
My name is Samir, and I'm from School of Media and Communication.
Thanks, Samir.
So my question to all of you, since you are such great documentary makers and I am a budding filmmaker, so the question that comes to my mind is that when we make commercial films, so the story is written by us, so that we add characters, we add the story. But when we make a documentary, the story exists out there. That is the truth, that is the reality. So while portraying this reality, we portray the truth. So is it right to manipulate that truth for the with the superior motive to attain peace, but at the same time there are political pressures and many more stuff that makes us gatekeep the truth? So is it right to gatekeep that truth, and how do we maintain a balance in it?
Yeah, they will be able to answer it better, but what I read in the past was, if the hunter, or if you see, you have gone out and shooting in a wildlife sanctuary and you find a lion is going to kill a deer, are you going to stop the lion? Don't do it. No, you will make it. So that is one thing there. That's a different truth. The other truth is, a man is running with a knife and trying to kill some animal or something, and you don't want to be done. But you don't want to show it that way. So he will ask you, कि वो गाय किधर गई? You will say इधर गई. That is also another truth. So this truth has to be balanced in its own way. It is just not that this is the thumb rule. No, thumb rule. They will be able to explain better. Yes. Anybody here want to respond? Yeah.
Thanks for your question. I make documentaries, I also teach, and one of the first things I teach in my class is to say that this idea of documentary equal to reality, you have to interrogate that. Okay, and there's a very big scholar called Trinity Minna. She's a Vietnamese American scholar. In 1990, she said there is no such thing as documentary. It's all fiction. More practically, to talk to you, there's a filmmaker who came to me recently with 200 hours of footage, shot on an issue that happened in Delhi recently. And he has shot it. He has so-called shot the truth. He's saying, I don't know what my film is about. Okay, so yes, we are shooting a lot. There is subjectivity to that experience. So this idea that we are filmmakers who will go out there and capture truth and show it to the world has to be interrogated. It's not as simple. And secondly, remember, when we work with people, we actually call them social actors. We work with the script. We work with the narrative of the story. And within those 200 hours, that filmmaker tomorrow is going to pick, 90 minutes. that picking of that 90-minute is a subjective experience where you are working like any other kind of storyteller. Beginning, middle, end, what would be, some of the intense parts and things like that. So my answer to you is that please blur the boundaries between fiction and non-fiction. Look at it like storytelling and tell your story, and always remember it's not an objective exercise, it's a subjective exercise. A film you make about this space today will be so different than a film I make about this space. So it's that voice of the filmmaker, and within that, your politics will reflect. It will reflect itself. The choices you make, I think, are political choices you make. So that's my answer.
Thanks. I hope you
Thank
got it.
you.
Very nice. I will just add to this that slightly I'm different from her views in a different fashion. Not that she's saying she's absolutely right. I was here in this, you have a jail, यहाँ पर कौन सा वाला है, the prison here, Yerwada. I was here at Yerwada jail. Nobody has entered that. Not that I was taken there, but I had gone there as a public broadcaster. And you know who was inside? Sanjay Dutt. And I was supposed to shoot Sanjay Dutt. I shot the whole thing. He was sitting, doing, in fact, I asked him also, I said, Sanjay ji, आप बाहर जाएंगे तो क्या करेंगे? बोले, सर, मैंने पेपर बनाना सीख लिया है, लिफाफे बना लेता हूँ, कुछ काम मिलेगा तो मैं बाहर ये करूँगा. I made everything, and I came out, and he was supposed to be released after that, about, say, 6 months or so. And nobody has seen that, because then my own conscience said, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? This man is now, atoning his sins and sitting here, good, bad, right, wrong, just for the sake of few numbers, and Mukesh Sharma went inside and gave it. It is still lying and classified, and I've said this is not to be shown Doordarshan mein. So this is your own thing, as you said, one man's meat is other man's poison. How you look at it, that's how it is. Okay, and yes, another question? Yeah, please.
Hello. Hi, my name is Dhruv, and I actually had a question for the panelists. So I wanted to elaborate further on Sameer's question.
Fast, because there are others also. Yeah.
So you mentioned about, how we should blur the lines between fiction and non-fiction to, actually while making a documentary, because it's all about perspective. So talking about censorship, so, how do you, as a filmmaker, how do you strike that perfect balance between actually showing the reality or fiction and, your social responsibility towards the audience as to what you're showing? So how do you strike that balance?
I think these questions are definitely interconnected, and I take off from where Shilpi stopped, where a documentary filmmaker today is viewed almost like an author writing a story or writing their own story. So their politics and what they think and their ethics is apparent. It's a point of view in that sense. So I think that there is also something that was not addressed, which when Shilpi was speaking, where documentary is in some way constructing truth, or in the pursuit of truth, which is not necessarily something that needs to be there in fiction. So that's something that you have to address with yourself. And how you address it with yourself is going to be very apparent in how you tell your story. So that is where the responsibility is. I think the statement that Mukesh sir said right in the beginning, that you kind of live with a film, that is the documentary filmmaker's journey. You live, it's not that you know all the answers, but when you embark on a certain subject, you live with it, and what you learn is what you share. And therefore, it's a layered understanding of a certain situation, and therefore, I think there are multiple truths coexisting in that sharing that you do.
Specifically to answer your question on censorship, there are many ways to deal with censorship. Okay, one is how you craft your film, and there are very intelligent ways of crafting your film. Sometimes when we think, this will not pass at the censor board, you make subtle changes and it just passes. Second is you don't go to the censor board, because now while we're talking about social media, YouTube, there are so many different spaces where government censorship has not reached, because we're still looking back at a Cinematograph Act, which was made back in the day. The third is that there are many filmmakers who have actively fought against censorship in court and also on the street. So yesterday we were all talking about 2004 Mumbai International Film Festival, where immediately after the Gujarat riots, a certain kind of films were not allowed to be screened because it was a government platform. Right opposite that auditorium, a separate space was established where more than 250 filmmakers called it Vikalp, the alternative, and came together to screen all the films and many more that were not allowed. So remember, if there is control and if there's power, there are many strategies to counter that. That you should always remember.
To add with what Shilpi said, even after you make the film and when you are submitting it to festivals, you need to know what the festival organizer are inclined towards. Like some of them, especially the government festivals, sometimes they don't take films, but there are lots of other festivals where you can showcase your film. There are some independent screenings that people arrange in monthly basis, sometimes in 2 months or so. And those spaces are very free, where you can talk without, censoring yourself. So those spaces exist, and I think there are alternatives to everything. You just have to navigate through the road you want to walk on.
Else? Yeah, you want to add?
Like you said, how the filmmaker will navigate through what he actually wants to show, and how to pass through the censors. Like if you are making a film on a subject, and if there is a commercial film on the same subject, people tend to believe the documentary has more truth than the commercial film. So as a documentary filmmaker, it's also your responsibility to stay closer to the truth, to portray, to not try to influence your thoughts into the film, rather than showing what has actually happened there. Okay, so in that way, that's also a responsibility. I'm not talking of the censors, but it's a responsibility on the filmmaker himself to stay closer to the truth. Okay.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, I am Nupur, and even I had a question for the panelists. What are the difficulties a documentary filmmaker goes through while making a documentary film, and something you would like to advise to the aspiring documentary filmmakers?
Who would like to speak?
I can take that. This question hits too close home, yeah. There are many kind of concerns, creative concerns, political concerns. So that's a longer conversation. But one of the things that I have sort of learned over the years, and I would like many people to be aware of, is that, no matter where you are and who you're making a film for, which means whoever is your producer, whether it's the media school and their ideology, whether it is the government. Many of us have made films for PSBT and Films Division. Now there is the international market. There's also the OTT. So there are many ways in which the films can get produced. So funding is one of the main concerns we sort of deal with. And it's always important to be aware that wherever your money is coming from, it has certain motivations that you will have to navigate. Not be a sellout, not to give up, not to not make the films you want to, but always negotiate and navigate. This idea of the independent filmmaker, I am very slowly getting rid of this idea of independence, because I feel like there is no way out of these structures, outside these structures. The only way is through. If I want to make a documentary in India today, I can go to the Films Division. I will come under certain constraints if my topic is of a certain kind, but I will navigate. I will push those boundaries. And I think that's an awareness that I've sort of come to, that I would like to share with young filmmakers.
And in Films Division, it's what she said, if you navigate and you find a DG like me, I'm saying sailing is through.
So I'd like to add to that. I think that documentary is definitely the spotlight coming from India. Internationally as well as nationally, I think it's sort of come of age. And it's built on like a whole legacy of filmmakers that have paved the way to this moment. And the challenges are completely new. It's like it doesn't end with getting the funding or the granting to make the film. There is also the permissions, of course, the access, the kind of stories, and finally distribution. I find distribution today of documentaries one of the biggest challenge. to make it a self-sustaining space. I think there's and the filmmaker trapped in between. I think for all of us to make this very important space self-sustaining in a way that we can continue to make the films that we want to make and watched by the audience that it deserves to be seen. It's going to take a new generation to add their energies to ours, I think.
I think Mr. Sridhar will have a story. He doesn't have a problem because funding is no problem.
No. See, I work in films division, so funding is not a problem, but to accept the proposal itself is a problem. So, so it's not a very smooth sail. So, yeah. So it is a struggle. It is a struggle to make a documentary that you want to make from your heart. Okay, if you accept what the producer wants, then you can easily do it. Okay. But if you have to make a film that's true to your heart, then it is a struggle in every stage. And even after you make the film, you have to know how to market it, how to show it to the public. Even if you don't want any revenue out of it, to reach it to the people is also a struggle. So it's quite a long struggle, and if you are interested, we can have a long discussion on this.
Yeah. Farah wants to add something, please.
I think after he asks, we'll add it together. Yeah.
Hello. So Sridhar sir spoke about truth in films, and I believe that one's truth could be others' lie. So, and last year we have witnessed a rather mediocre propaganda film which received primetime news. I guess we all know which film are we talking about. I don't need to take the name. So, how do we segregate proper films and this extended propaganda which is being spread? And as a reference, I'm talking about the Kashmir files.
I think everybody understood when you said, I don't want to name. So I think, there are some audience to that film as well. But whether you want to watch that film or not, it's your, personal choice. So every film has its own audience. Even, Godar ka film, let's say, many people don't understand, but there are many people also who love Godar's way of telling a story. So there are, films of all kinds, and all kinds of films has their own audience. Whether you want to subscribe to it or not, it's your personal choice. And I wanted to add to the previous question. So although we all spoke about the difficulty of making documentary, but I also want to tell you that this journey is very adventurous. You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. And it's a constant process of asking yourself, am I doing the right thing? Am I shooting the right way? But in that whole process, you become a different person at the end of the film, because you learn from yourself, from the experiences that you are having from the people you are shooting. So those experiences, I think, enriched all of us in so many ways. That's why making documentary is so exciting. Despite the fact that there are so many hardship and it's not as celebrated as the fiction filmmaking industry in our country, but there are lots of filmmakers who just want to make documentary films because they feel that this is their comfortable way of telling a story, without constructing a narrative. But again, like we already discussed, there are construction to it, and also there are, although PSBT is not coming up with that kind of funding anymore like earlier, but they are coming with new sort of funding. But there are also so many other ways you can apply for funds. There is a platform called Dockage that happens in Kolkata where, you can submit your proposal, and then it's basically a marketplace where it connects you to the funders from all over the world. Crowdfunding is another option, you can opt for. And then the best way to make a film is in a collab with your friends. They are the best supporter, and we always make films with friends. And if you want to tell a story, there is no way you will stop it. You will keep making it. And especially with the boom of new media, new technology, it's so easy now. If you cannot hire a ARRI camera, you can always shoot with a small iPhone and still tell your story. So there are a lot of possibility. And if you want to take documentary as your career, I think there are lots of ways you can survive. It's not all difficult. Yes, we are surviving.
Yeah, last question, just last, please.
Good morning, sir. Cap this side. And my question is for Mukesh, sir. Sir, you said there should be regulations on how commercial media works. Let's suppose all those regulations are put up. But what about news from digital media that most of us are consuming, and independent YouTube news channels that are working and gaining millions of views, and people are relying on them for their daily dose of news?
You see, what has happened is that is also being gradually. You cannot, because somebody else is putting up a platform from, and it's the whole thing is being coming from an outside place where we don't have a control about it. But you can always jam it. You can always close it down. So there are rules which our government has put up gradually. And as I said, the first thing yesterday is for our own network broadcasters that half an hour public broadcasting programs they are supposed to make in their own way. They are not saying that they should make on this, but these are the 8 subjects like this. So as technology is advancing, they are also following it up, and it will take time. But you are the person who can change it. As you said, the word self-regulation. You should not go and send any WhatsApp which has come to you without authenticating it. Every one of you must say, just share it because it sounds interesting. No, it doesn't. It makes a lot of havoc. It can create problems. I don't. In fact, I block the person if somebody is sending me, and you can make out like a channel. That are people on the social media who have a leaning. And you can see from that every time they are sending a particular thing, I block them. You have to, like you switch off your television, you have to block them. Because if you don't start doing it, your kids are going to take it. I don't know how they're going to take it from you, but it's going to be really bad. So gradually it is you and I, you have to correct it, because of the cat is out of the bag. You cannot now put it back. So वो तो बाहर है बिल्ली, अभी जो भी करना है करो, लेकिन you will have to do it. There is no other go. हाँ, आपको मुझको करना है. आप लोग तो पढ़े लिखे हैं ना, समझदार हैं. कुछ भी नहीं, कुछ भी बढ़ा देते हैं. कहाँ का स्टेशन, कहीं की फोटो, कहीं का चिपकाया, and then you find it. करे यार ये देखो ये, अरे भाई पहले खुद तो देख लो कि ये है कि नहीं, मालूम पड़ा नहीं, ये झूठ था. So that is where you as a journalist, broadcast journalist, media journalist, it is your job to ensure. Don't do. मैं कह तो रहा हूँ, मैं तुम्हें एग्जाम्पल दे रहा हूँ. संजय दत्त की रेगुलर फुटेज मेरे पास है, किसी के पास नहीं होगी हिंदुस्तान में, दुनिया में. They asked me even जो संजू पर फिल्म बनाई थी. I said नहीं यार, मेरा कॉन्शियस गवाह नहीं कर रहा. Not that लोग सीख भी सकते हैं उससे कि यार देखो ऐसा आदमी भी अंदर जा सकता है. So don't do it. लेकिन somewhere I thought कि he may be starting a new life, I should not do it. तो मुझे सोचना है. हर चीज़ थोड़ी बढ़ा दूंगा मैं. So that is where you will have to think about it. You are the best judge. I am not. मेरा तो हो गया. I had my innings. I played good or bad. I don't know, but I did. Thank you so much, Dheeraj ji. I think we will culminate it here. Thank you so much for being so patient with us, and thank you so much for your question and answers. So this session comes to an end.
Honorable dignitaries, faculty and students, I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this memorable session. First and foremost, I thank Mr. Mukesh Sharma ji for moderating the session seamlessly. I would like to thank all the eminent panelists, K.S. Sridhar ji, Miriam Chandi Menacheri ji, Farah Khatun ji, Shilpi Gulati ji for the enriching deliberations. On this National Education Day, this session has indeed ignited the young and dynamic minds to think on very pertinent issues. It was an insightful session and was thoroughly enjoyed by our audience. I now declare the session formally concluded.
Thank you so much. But before we put the end, we would like to pose for a group photograph so that we can capture this special moment of the first plenary session of day 2 of the 4th NCMJ. May I request my technical team to take a group photograph? Thank you so much to all the dignitaries on the dais, all the panel members. It was a lovely session. We all enriched the interaction and enjoyed the questions that were posed by the audiences and the answers that were given by the panelists. And before we officially move on and commence the next session of day 2 of the 4th NCMJ, it is indeed my honor and privilege to welcome Shri Rapulu Anand Bhaskar ji, the ex-MP and former journalist, on the stage with a huge round of applause, who will deliver a very insightful speech on 75 years of media. May we have a huge round of applause for Shri Rapulu Anand Bhaskar ji. And before Sir starts speaking, we'll also take the honor and privilege to felicitate Shri Rapulu Anand Bhaskar ji, the ex-MP and former journalist. Doing the honors are Dheeraj Singh ji, sir, the Director of School of Media and Communication, MIT World Peace University. A huge round of applause, my dear friends. Thank you so much, sir. May we now invite you to have your formal speech on 75 years of media.
My dear Dheeraj Singh ji, my good old friend in the precincts of Indian Parliament, while I was inside, he was outside. While we were deliberating, he was capturing. Friends, elder friends, and my dear young, beloved, ignited friends. This is the land of saints. This is the land of Sahyadri. This is the land of Godavari. This is the land of Krishna. This Pune reminds me the lives of Kesari Balagangadhar Tilak ji, Mahadev Govind Ranade, Gopalakrishna Gokhale, Mahatma Jyotiba Phule. Likewise, the prestigious, famous Yeravada jail, which has cultured us to achieve our freedom, and now we are already into the 76th year of our independence. We are the children of the freedom. We are under this mini cosmos, reflecting the whole of the universe If we wander around, parikrama, pradakshana, knowingly or unknowingly, outside and inside, it is having larger, greater, deeper impact. This benefit you are having, and hope you are getting enriched with this. This session has made me to break my monotony. How come this University School of Media and Communication, MIT World Peace University School of Media and Communication was eager to have me here amidst you to share a few minutes, whether they are going to be of any use for you in future, but certainly for me it is breaking my monotony of my hanky-panky running, hurried public life. My ignited young friends, this Pune is attaining gradual importance in our country. Dhyaneshwara, परस ज्ञानदेवा, जो गांवों में अनपढ़ है उन्हें मौली है, एक एक को एक एक रूप में दिखता है, इसीलिए संत है. Likewise, this land is having a very deeper and the scientific temperament coexisting all along. Actually, there was supposed to be a panel discussion. However, the decision makers are there, asked me to make a lecture out of it. Yes, it's my pleasure. Almost it is with me right since my childhood in 1976. The proposer, the anchor, who was not here to introduce me in that red color attire, your professor, I think, has asked me to have extempore conversation through my lecture. But I want to make some semblance of academic attention, because you are the students, you are having this 4th national conference, which is going to be documented not only for you, but also through several media, visual and printed, for the interested, ignited minds. First part, I would like to seriously discuss with you about the media credibility. In the transition that has happened since my entry into journalism way back in 1980s, I have published my huge book, but in Telugu, way back in 1988. Those who are sitting here, some might have already taken birth, or some others might have not arrived yet. In my Telugu reading circles, still that book journalism charitra vyavastha treated as very future look and dynamic book with the well researched aspects on the journalistic patterns as well as the history of the journalism. I don't want to take those chapters before you, but the concluding part I want to make a mention as I speak to you. Those were the days just in transition from the case to case capturing alphabets to make into words, to make a die and to have a page, to gradually to very costly computer affair. During that time, as I studied the global media and their growth, I mentioned future will be facsimile. Future will be without print, without anything concrete, but ever flowing. If we understand today, it is stream, it is flood, it is having every day, every moment catastrophe, avalanche, cloudburst of news. You have just heard, yesterday you might have heard several panelists. You have heard right from Mukesh to Shilpi about the document and documentary. In print it is the document and in flow it is a documentary, as I understand distantly. But for us, what we learned, news supposed to be very pure. Now, the credibility of the news, is that possible in this catastrophic way of cloudburst of news to sustain the credibility? For this, let me once again ask you to understand the premises of the Indian Parliament. Way back in 2012, as I entered into Indian Parliament to enter into my chosen house, that is Rajya Sabha, Elders House, as I was to stepping into Central Hall, I was reading a shloka. Ajam nija paro veti ganana lagu chetasam udara cheritanantu vasudaiva kutumbakam. Vasudaiva kutumbakam. How come that Vasudaiva Kutumbakam will form? Udara Cheritanantu Vasudaiva Kutumbakam. Then how come this Ganana Lagu Chetasam? Ajam Nija Paro Veti. Ajam Nija Paro Veti Ganana Lagu Chetasam Udara Cheritanantu Vasudaiva Kutumbakam. To make the universe as the single family of the bond of affinity, togetherness, cohesiveness, cooperativeness. These strange attitudes of the rigidity and the exclusivity will not serve. This is your dialogue. For this, you are sitting here and debating here in that context of dialogue, inclusivity, and peace. To attain the peace, you need to have the inclusivity, and to have the inclusivity, you need to have the dialogue. That is the context, that is where it is here now. In such situation, if we understand the credibility, news is history in hurry. Whomever may be the maker or the presenter or the flower, news is history in hurry. At the same time, the flow of news is river. It cannot be canal. It cannot be channel, structured, constructed. News must be river flow. In that, by lanes and sideways, bringing the drainage into the pure flow of the river. What is the sort of contamination, the toxicity that will intrude into the river flow of the news? That's happening. For that, how to understand? There were several thousands and thousands of stone inscriptions throughout the world, in particular in our India, to understand the years, centuries, millennia, ruling and the civilization and the social life. I take a mention of the Ashoka period. We did find certain stone inscriptions of the Ashoka period that the gist of these stone inscriptions, a few that were found and highly debated were, the Esther generations were of decent nature. They used to hear the elders and follow the guidelines of the elders. But the present generation is not showing that much interest to hear the present elders. So, the society and the elders of the society shall show some method to guide the present generations. This was the stone inscription of the days of Ashoka, Emperor the Great. So now you can understand, even then that was the cry. Even then that was the situation for which the rulers and the elders of the generation of the Ashoka the Great were also worried about. In such situation, how the present generation of you and the upcoming generations after you could be. So don't worry. I am not pleading that there is no question of debating the credibility. Credibility is always there to be debated, devised and analyzed and arrived at. What is the situation of the technology today? My 1988 book, as I reminded you, has given the glimpse of the printing transition. Now, here sitting in this hall or anywhere, if you are just connected, having your smartphone in your hand, you can become the storyteller, you can become the narrator, you can become the news anchor, you can become the news presenter, you can become the author, you can even become the star within seconds. That is why these days, looking at the hard copy of the published thing is very less now. The incidence has been analyzed. As per the 2021 record, the dependence on news has been analyzed. 72% of the newsmongers are just depending on their smartphones. We got fancied in our days of learning and practicing to read news on computer. But today, everything is in your hands. 72% of the news viewers, readers are just getting satisfied and attended to through their smartphones. This is just within India. Within India, the YouTube dependence and WhatsApp dependence became rampant these days. This type of transition, the easy reach of the technology has enabled the basic empowerment, and that has also given the conflict. The conflict part is the credibility question. And the way of democratization of the news flow is also part of the integral part of the credibility. As the students of the media and communication, media and journalism, and the future analysts and researchers, besides several ways of life for you, before you, everything is before you, like this miniature cosmos. The mediascape is going to have larger transition. In India in particular, the artificial intelligence is yet to make their heavy inroads. As they push forward, you will certainly have the technological adventures. Within 2 to 3 years, almost each and everybody will have 5G and above. Even if you are not interested, you are going to be flooded with the 5G and above. In such situation, the technology availability, hardware and the software rule, you are going to have very severely impacted. With this, the question of the revenue will arise. There is a gradual monopolization of the strength, the foundation and the technology and the mechanism and the methodology that is available to disseminate. I just take one example of the latest Twitter and Elon Musk. What is happening on the platform that is called Twitter? As he entered in with a sync, he has brought in 2 types of citizenship on the platform of Twitter. That's fine. It is his commercial path. Then it is also entered into India now. If you could afford 800 plus, precisely 719 rupees per month, you are the blue-ticked Twitter user.
Anandji, right here. We request you to please be seated as the complete panel is now over here and we can now start the session. If it is okay with you, sir, please.
This part I will conclude.
Yes, sir.
And then
Yes, sir. Please.
Twitter. Just in 3 days, what has happened to Twitter platform? Throughout the globe, even in India, you are finding something is official and something is personal without mentioning. And that was shelved. This type of control is creeping in. That is where the monopolization. If you load something onto YouTube, it will ask whether this is for all the audience, all the viewers, and it will also ask whether it is going to be only for kids. If it is only for the kids, you will be under this jurisdiction of the US law as far as the children are to be flooded with the videos. This type of controls are already there. In India, to some extent, governmental intervention and the monopolization of the available tools, those have come up, but not so successfully like coup and all that. They are also making their presence felt. In such situation, the question of credibility is going to be seriously debated. Whoever they are going to present, spread the news, the societal auditing is happening. If you are credible, you are safe. Otherwise, you will be trolled. This type of formation, this type of transformation is going to give bigger challenges to the society, to the upcoming new media, and the people those are seriously involved like you, Ignited Trends. With this, let us be ready to cope with artificial intelligence, 5G plus software, advantageous, extra easily available, cheaper internet, besides the print form and the visual form and the hard form and the huge form of celluloid to TV to printed newspapers. These things shall be very seriously in, day out, updated with you, for which I wish you all the best. I think I may need to address on my observation on the 75 years of the growth in India as far as media is concerned. That part, as other panelists make their entry onto the podium, I'll try to present myself once again. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful information on 75 years of media. I now take this opportunity to introduce the next session to you all, titled Media to Media, with the topic discussion for this session as the changing mediascape, credibility, revenue, and technology. The methods used to convey news and information are changing with times. It goes without saying that the traditional media is seriously threatened by the new media. Although efforts to adapt to digital technologies are in full swing, the additional obstacles in terms of credibility and money are still front and center. Just take the launch of many YouTube channels, online news portals, and other media outlets by renowned television and print media companies as an example. In this session, we might learn some insider information about TRP, advertisement generated revenue, subscription models, and the threat that online media poses to traditional media. We all today will learn from journalists who are over here about this changing mediascape. And journalism students, pay close attention because soon we will be in their position battling to establish our credibility. This being said, today we have senior and young journalists gathered in this session led by Pune Union of Working Journalists to discuss these issues, exchange their perspectives, and consider potential solutions about the same.
Thank you so much. And with this, let us now board to the next important session on the changing media scape, credibility, revenue, and technology, a media to media connect session. It gives me immense pleasure to invite all our dignitaries and our esteemed panel members on the dais. Let us hear it for Yogesh Zoshi ji, Bureau Chief, Hindustan Times, Pune. Prachi Kulkarni ji, Bureau Chief, Sound TV. And Samrat Fadnas ji, Editor at Sakal Media Group. Please give a huge round of applause for the esteemed panel along with Shri Rapulu Anand Bhaskar ji, already on stage, ex-MP and former journalist. I would now like to request Shri Dheeraj Singh sir to kindly do the honors and felicitate our esteemed guests for today. Friends, let us keep applauding for Yogesh Zoshi ji, Bureau Chief, Hindustan Times, Pune. Friends, can we continue applauding? Thank you so much. Let us hear it for Prachi Kulkarni ji, Bureau Chief, Sound TV. Dear friends, please give a huge round of applause for Prachi Kulkarni ji. Thank you so much. We're honored to have amongst us Samrat Fadnas ji, editor at Sakal Media Group. Let us give a huge round of applause for Samrat Fadnas ji. Thank you so much to all the panelists as well as our distinguished guests on and off the dais. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our esteemed panel for today. We have amongst us Shri Rapulu Anand Bhaskar ji, who is an Indian journalist turned politician belonging to Telangana Rashtra Samiti, now BRS. He was elected to the Rajya Sabha from Andhra Pradesh. After bifurcation of Andhra Pradesh, he was allotted to Telangana state by draw of lots. Born on January 15, 1964 in Bombay, he originally hails from Kodakandla village in Warangal in Telangana. He earned a master's degree in sociology from Osmania University in 1987. We are honored to have you, sir. Welcome and thank you for a very enlightening speech pre this session. Friends, it's a great fortune to have amongst us Sri Yogesh Zoshi ji, an accomplished journalist for over 19 years with a strong network and proven track record of flawless writing, editing, generating new ideas, and turning them into stories that make a difference. He is currently the chief of bureau in Hindustan Times, Pune. Zoshiji has extensively reported on politics, economics, development, human rights, crime, and security issues through print and digital media. Yogeshji has been awarded PhD in political science and has delivered lectures on journalism and online media at various prominent institutions. His weekly column Monday Musings touches upon various issues concerning Maharashtra and Pune and is very popular. He was also part of the team that successfully launched Hindustan Times Pune edition. We warmly welcome you, sir. Thank you so much. We are fortunate to have amongst us Ms. Prachi Kulkarni ji, the senior broadcast journalist at Sound TV. She has a lot of expertise managing a team of reporters and freelancers across the state. She has previously worked as a freelancer for renowned news organizations, including First Post and Quint. She is also known as the principal correspondent for Pune Mirror, which covers politics and community concerns. Ms. Kulkarni started her career as a journalist at IBN Lokmat, and after winning the Varun Raj Bhide Award and the National Television Award, she cracked the glass ceiling. She defines herself as an avid reader and a prolific writer. We warmly welcome you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. Friends, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce Shri Samrat Fadnisji, who is the editor, traditional and digital media Sakar Media Group. He is a specialist in digital transformation, media convergence, and social media innovations. Prior to this, Mr. Fadnis was the resident editor with Sakar Group, where he specialized in providing solutions to advertisers in integrating digital with the print media by understanding language user behavior. He has also launched the Kolhapur edition, the maiden English newspaper edition from South Maharashtra as part of the Times Group. In 2017, he was awarded the South Asia Digital Media Awards for the website esakal.com, which won the award for effective social media engagement. We warmly welcome you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Finally, it's time to introduce our moderator for this session, Shri Dheeraj Singh Ji, Director of MITWPU University School of Media and Communication and the Idea Lab, a unique hub of communication, innovation and design. Before this, he was co-founder of Hunar TV, an arts and culture web channel that aimed to make the arts, all arts including visual arts, music, dance, film, performance art, food and more, the talking point of a wider audience. Till August 2016, he was the executive director of Lok Sabha Television, where he was head of programming and content for the channel. At LSTV, he was in charge of creating programs, shows and documentaries with an aim of bringing Parliament closer to the public. Many programs conceptualized and created during his time at Lok Sabha TV went on to win prestigious media awards such as Ramnath Goenka Award, Ladli Media Award amongst others. Besides penning the critically acclaimed novel Master O, Mr. Singh is also an accomplished writer, translator, artist and documentary filmmaker. So let us give a huge round of applause for Shri Dheeraj Singh sir, the moderator who will now be taking over the session formally. And a huge round of applause for the esteemed panel, my dear friends. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Pranima. We have a very wonderful and experienced panel of journalists who've been working in various capacities in different organizations. I'd like to begin by talking about my own experience, since the topic today is a very relevant topic. It's about credibility and revenue and technology. I would like to start from my own personal experience, and I am going to take the technology end of this debate first. When I joined my first newspaper job, it was in the late 90s in the Hindustan Times itself. We had a very interesting job title. It was that paste-up artist. Now, paste-up artists, many of you would not be familiar with that term. They were people who were employed to make a newspaper page because all the headlines and the text used to be printed separately. We, fortunately, were trained in page making. Quark Express had come in at that time. But there were some newspapers, especially old legacy newspapers, which did not adapt or did not change that quickly to the new pagination software. So the paste-up artist's job was to cut the headlines, adjust it, put the picture, put the cartoon on a page, and finally a negative of that used to be taken and it would go into printing. But in a matter of a few years, a few months, the job of the paste-up artists went away. They were either absorbed in designing the newspaper through the software, or they were let go. So the technology has been in a state of flux since the time of the first printing press, and that is the reality. And today, the technology is also taking a further leap with the coming of new technology mechanisms. And once again, we are at a very important and critical juncture of the media, where technology is not only defining the job profiles of people working in a media organization, it is also defining, or in a sense, redefining content. It's a very important juncture for, especially for people who have spent long years in understanding and creating content. And with that, I would like to open this discussion and hear from our various panelists who come with immense experience in the field to understand how their organizations and them personally have been able to adjust to the demands of the 21st century, which is all about creating content which is credible, content that is relatable, and also which is able to get somewhere in the battle for eyeballs. So I would like Samratji to begin. Please, let's hear your experience in this.
Thank you, Dheeraj sir. Thank you, organizers, and especially thanks to MIT's Media Communication for arranging this wonderful session. I often wonder about the word credibility, because that is what we all talk about, and I doubt nobody actually knows what credibility is. I don't know, because I'm still finding. I will speak in English and Hindi as well. When I started my job in 1993, newspaper, television, and radio, these were the three platforms. And in 1995, first time we experienced with Yahoo. So that was the browser, and we never believed that this is the truth. So जब हम सर्फ करते थे, डायल अप कनेक्शन लगा के कॉल करते थे, and we used to see old photos. So first impression was that okay, this is not real photos. क्योंकि whatever I touch, I feel, I experience through my years of experience, I used to believe that thing. And in 2007, when Twitter and Facebook started in India in 2007-8, the first reaction was, okay, nobody will believe that anything posted on Twitter or Facebook is important. Nobody will believe that I think Lal Krishna Advani was the first politician who started his own blogging, and Amitabh Bachchan later joined as a Big B, his own Big B blog. So the discussion in the media was that, okay, nobody will believe that this post is by Advani or Amitabh Bachchan, because it is not published in any newspaper, it is not available in e-paper. No television channel is actually showing that post, and no radio has broadcasted that story. So now in 2020-22, we are talking whether Twitter is more relevant, or Sakal is relevant, or media is relevant, or Times of India is relevant. Who is most credible? So I believe that credibility is a perception that, okay, what I see, I experience is credibility for me. And as a journalist, I face two challenges these times. First is institutionalized credibility, and second is personalized credibility. Anand sir talked about the emergence of YouTube channels and social media, how everybody, now we all learn about Marshall McLuhan's theory, medium is the message, and that is now, we are living in that kind of era when medium is the message. Whether I'm using Instagram, then message is, okay, I'm ready to approach or innovate new ideas, I'm ready to approach young culture. If I'm using Facebook, then okay, I'm little bit more inclined towards lengthy articles like newspapers. This is the era when we are living. The first part, institutionalized media with Sakal or Hindu or Times of India or Hindustan Times, like institutions which are physically existed. They have their physical presence for more than few decades, and they have curated teams, special teams to create content. So these kind of institutionalized medias are on one side. Second is I can take name of Bhuvan Bam or anybody who has YouTube channel or has Facebook following or Instagram following of more than 100,000. So they are equally important as Sakal. It took 90 years for Sakal to reach out to 1 million people, and Prajakta Koli can reach out to 3.5 million people through Instagram in a second. So that is her personal media against the, I would not use the word against, but that is the personal media of Prajakta, and here is the institutionalized media. So I had been trained to pursue the credibility, truth, what is important for my audience, what is important for my society, and I am trained to produce that kind of content against the social media influencer. uh, that content is important, but I I may not have that kind of training to pursue the truth journalism values. So these two kind of media platform will have much challenges in going ahead, not just in 2022, but I believe that it will take more than 8 to 10 years to establish whether the institutionalized media is important or the personalized media. There are no differentiation in between them, because uh, person like Rajdeep Sardesai even tweeted about uh, farmers agitation. That was his personal tweet, but that was taken as an institutional tweet, and it was a mistake, and there were the controversy started after that tweet. So as an institution, I have to use my social media, my personal media very carefully to make sure that my credibility existed in my institutional media must reflect on my social media. And if I'm a personal social media influencer, then I should get more trained to make sure that, okay, whatever I am telling you must have a credible sources, credible background, credible truth behind it. Otherwise, the information disseminated through an account having 3.5 million can demolish the institutional established for more than 90 years. So this is what the real situation is, I believe. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Samratji, for that elaboration and insight. Yogeshji, I'd like to come to you next. Because Hindustan Times for a very long time was a monopoly in Delhi. That is where I began, and we used to very proudly say ki there's a 5 lakh subscription or readership, and we used to go by readership surveys. We used to go by the number of readers there were. But today, that whole concept of readership has evolved into something else. As a person who's a creative content creator, or someone who would like to, who understands the pulse of the readers, how do you think the landscape has changed over the years in your observation?
So yeah, we've come a long way, from an independence till 1990s, and from 90s to 2022, within 20 years or 25 years, it has been a massive change for media, particularly because of one entity called as internet. You know, internet originally came into being in 1960s at a small office called as Pentagon, and from there to be used it as for the commercial purpose, it took almost 5 decades. But from 2001 till 2022, within 22 years, internet has altered the game of media quite drastically, and be it Hindustan Times or Sakar or any organization has been impacted by that. So far as HT, the place I work for, is concerned, it has been a very good journey. Like Dheeraj ji said, in 80s when we used to have a Khushwant Singh as an editor, our entire readership in Delhi, the place, the market that newspaper dominated, was less than 10 lakh. Now the Hindustan Times readership may be, close to 4 million, but it gives more or equal importance to the follower count that it has on Twitter or Facebook. Why? Because both these platforms or many such platforms such as Instagram and others have been complementary to the legacy product, which is print. If somebody had said 20 years ago that electronic media will kill newspaper, that hasn't happened. Then 10 years ago, a similar argument was made that internet will kill newspapers. That hasn't happened. Well, the newspapers have learned to coexist. They've been making most use of all these platforms. What has happened is for the journalists working, 30 years ago, if the journalist was asked whether he or she should have a knowledge of how the newspaper is printed at the printing press, and if the answer was no, that would have still been fine for him to be qualified as a journalist, because his job was only to write stories or edit stories and that's it. Now, if journalist doesn't understand the characteristics of new media platform, he might become obsolete. So a journalist has to understand the media, the changing landscape of media as much as he needs to know his craft. That's the main difference. That's the unique part of it. And as a result, the content are increasingly getting interlinked with the technology, because platforms such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram operates in an entirely different ecosystem. If there is a developing story and my reporter has to break that story, he will just have to post maybe 150 characters or today 240 characters on Twitter. That's it. But if the same journalist has to write the story in the newspaper, which may be of a 500 words, then he has to construct all the sentences, which also means he has to get additional quotes, which also means he has to get the context, which is very important. So the different platforms are operating in different ecosystem, and the journalist of today needs to understand that. So far as organizations are concerned, the technology has of course impacted them. It has opened them more avenues to earn money, to earn profit, but it has also posed challenges. I'm not sure how many of you heard about this great case of The Wire, which came up with the investigative series about Meta offering privileges to certain individuals. It posted 3 stories, and then later the stories turned out to be based on evidence which in itself was concocted, made up. And unfortunately, Wire had to retract the stories, and later on the editor of Wire, Siddharth Varajajan, had to tender an apology through an editorial, which is an extremely rare instance in media. Why did this happen? Because Wire had got an email purportedly written by one of the employee of Meta. It thought that the email was original and it went ahead with the stories. Now, this is a technological challenge that had Wire put that entire thing to due diligence, to exercise due diligence, perhaps things wouldn't have reached to this end. But the people who judge with that thought it's a good story and it has an authentic evidence with it, and let's go with that, had to retract their stories and words. So there are new challenges and there are opportunities both that internet has given us. We'll discuss more in the coming part of the section.
Thank you so much, Yogesh ji, for your contribution to this discussion. Prachi ji, I'd like to come to you next. As Samrat ji had mentioned, there was a sense of incredulity in the early 2000s that because the traditional journalists had been trained to get bites or get quotes from people. And here was a time where Advani ji himself was on Twitter and he was tweeting stuff. He was saying whatever was on his mind. And later, many more politicians and decision makers, policy makers also came and joined the microblogging platforms. So the whole, this 2 decades of the 21st century have been very important and defining, especially as journalism is concerned. As a TV bureau in a sort of regional setup, how has your journey been in understanding the new challenges that we are facing today in the world of media and journalism about credibility? How do we compete with these competing narratives of we are in a post-truth world and there are so many things that could be true and true from a different side or a different angle. How do we compete with such challenges?
I'll start with the change in technology first, and then I'll come to the credibility part. So when I was a student, like many of them sitting here, one of a person from our college, he was attempting a record of climbing Singhagad multiple times in 24 hours. And we, as obviously being communication students, were deputed to cover that. At that time, I met a journalist who had come with a huge camera, and she had climbed all the way up Singhagad with that camera equipment, with her tripod and everything, to get it recorded and get the story done. When I started as a broadcast journalist, I was handling something called as a DV. I don't know if anybody of you has seen VCR tapes, video tapes that used to come earlier. So it was a smaller version of similar kind of tapes. We used to record the content, we used to come back to our office, select the path that we had to send across, and only after that, we used to send it through the machines, the setup that was there in the office, and there used to be a separate person handling this technology who was deputed just to get this transfer done through the lease lines and stuff. There were OB vans which were deputed, and the decision to send OB vans to cover a live event was taken very judiciously because of the expenses. Today we are in an era where we are even past, like we use live units to transmit the content that we are recording, but we are beyond that. The mobile phones that you carry in your hand, that is the only thing that you need to record any kind of content. We recently, Sakai Media launched a television channel called Gomantak in Goa. The only camera equipment that was purchased was for the studio, because the studio setup needed that kind of quality. Apart from that, every single journalist was given a gimbal, a tripod, mic, and a mobile phone in his hand. So technology has come a long way, and so and accordingly the challenges have also changed, because today anybody of you all can be a reporter. You can record a particular incident, send it across or upload it on your own social media platform or your own YouTube channel, and then that is the competition that the television channels are dealing with right now. Of course, television has multiple other challenges that they have to deal with, but this is the competition. Like me being a reporter for a television channel and you recording an incident has equal value, and you might post it with your opinion, but I'm not allowed to post it with my opinion. I have to report what is happening. Many a times it happens that we get videos recorded by people, they send it across and they say, can you air this story? But how do we verify the authenticity of that particular video? We have to cross-verify, we have to talk to multiple people, and then send it across and then get the story done. Any individual recording any particular incidents and uploading it on the social media platform doesn't necessarily have to think about all these things. Like if you're uploading something on Twitter, Twitter comes with a lot of opinions of individuals. So verifying the facts is the biggest challenge that everybody is facing today. And like I said, we are competing with the YouTube channels, we are competing with the social media, we are competing with the digital platform. Like you guys said, television could have been, it was being said that television would kill the newspapers. Today it's said that news channels are going to be a thing of passive, because digital platforms are growing with a lot of speed. But that's where the convergence is happening. We are working with a print media, we're working with television, we have a television channel, and we also have our digital platforms, and we have to file stories across these platforms. We have to work for these platforms and see to it that it reaches the maximum number of audience. I'll tell you a simple difference. You must have seen a story go viral, any kind of video go viral. What happens is, if that is being shared with the link of that particular website or web portal or that particular news channel, the news channel is going to get revenue from it. But then if that particular, it's edited and the video is getting forwarded, it's of no use for that particular organization, because they're not going to get a single penny. The only benefit that they're going to get is the popularity, the discussion that is happening around the video. Another thing, coming back to credibility, another thing that has changed is, when I was starting, I had no medium to question any particular journalist who was working in any media. Today, anybody can just pick up their phone and simply start questioning whatever has been posted. For instance, recently I posted something on my Facebook account, and I received a reply from a person I had no clue about, and he was saying that latho ke bhoot baaton se nahi mante. This is the kind of reply the journalists have to cater to. This is the kind of questions that the journalists have to cater to. And we cannot choose to ignore such things, because that's it's the right of that particular person to question your story, but this is the kind of language that journalists have to deal with. Yogesh and Samrat sir mentioned television journalists. These television journalists in today's era are being questioned about their ideologies. They are being, their stories are being put into ideologies and perceived that way. And like you are reporting in a particular manner because you belong to that particular ideology. That is how the content is changing. And even if the journalists are trying their best to put forth the stories in an unbiased manner, this is going to be a challenge for us. And I think that's where though we try to be credible, it's going to be the social media and the changing scenario is going to change this equation in future.
Thank you so much, Prachi. Yesterday we had a very informed discussion. We had ANI chief with us, Smita Prakash, and she hinted problem is actually with the times that we are living in, where the polarization exists in society. So it is an automatic reflection of that, which is what we are seeing in the media when we say that a particular channel or an organization or a reporter or a journalist is slightly tilted towards the right, or the other one is slightly tilted towards the left. It is the problem of the times, not so much of the media itself. Bhaskar ji, you have been sort of a veteran of the industry, and you've seen it from very close quarters. How do you see this observation? Because there was a time when people began journalism with very high ideals, and it was quite close on the sort of heels of the independence movement, because newspapers had played a very important role in the independence movements, where a lot of freedom fighters were also journalists and producing their own newspapers. So that sort of seeped into the late 70s, 80s. But what we see today is a complete and total identification with a certain ideology that journalists are expected to have. If they have, it's all right. If they don't have, then also their credibility is called into question. So how do young journalists, or how do people entering the field deal with that sort of polarization?
Dheeraj ji, as our friends have taken the discussion forward, let me take you back to the history of our communication. If we understand the civilizations, we understand through the pottery, we understand through the stone engravements, we understand from the findings that those are available at various excavated sites. If we come to the independence period, in South Africa, what Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi has made, in Mumbai and Pune, what Firoz Shah Mehta has made, what Gopal Krishna Gokhale has made, what Bal Gangadhar Tilak ji made, what Ranade made, what Phule ji made. At latter part, after the arrival of Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi ji as Mahatma Gandhi into India, what Mahatma Gandhi made, what Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose has made, what Dr. Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar made, they published. They published their own content through their own book, pamphlet, newspaper, journal, magazine. By that way, gradually media organizations have also grown. By the time of Mahatma Gandhi advent into Indian freedom struggle, there were newspapers, Times of India is there. And other media was gradually growing. Vernacular media was also growing. If we bring that scenario to the present day, this polarization part will have the proper answer. If the present day politician is not having the micro blogging facility, if he is not having a website, if he is not having a medium to channelize his communication of voice and visual presentation through YouTube channel, something is lacking on his side. It is being treated like that. So this polarization will automatically have the influence on the broader media. As Mr. Joshi has mentioned, Fadnavis has mentioned, Prachi has mentioned, media organizations, yes, to authenticate. In our own learning days, the hard copy, the print is the evidence. And Joshi has mentioned the withdrawal of a news from even the microblogging site. That is the way of the societal auditing that is occurring. The polarization will be naturally there, Dheeraj. At the same time, plugging in to bring it to the proper credible level will be also there. This will be ongoing thing, the way of conflict and the consideration. Hope.
Yes, yes, thank you. That's a very interesting observation of imagining Gandhiji in today's times. I personally think he would have definitely been on Twitter and posting his tweets about the British Raj, but that is a wonderful scenario to imagine. Recently, as part of the NCMJ yesterday, we gave out 3 first-time awards, which were Journalism for Peace Awards, and we gave it to 3 reporters who had been working in the field in various parts of the country. One was from UP, Lucknow, the other was in Odisha, and the third was based out of Chandigarh. So these were very key reporters, and we wanted to recognize people like these who are working in the field connected to our theme of dialogue, inclusivity, and peace. And their stories were so remarkable and so out of the box considering today's scenario, because increasingly what we are seeing in the mainstream media is the space for this kind of research, the space for this kind of legwork, as it used to be called in an earlier time, where reporters went to a location and really found out the problems and created a wonderful, credible, nuanced narrative of what is happening. For example, one of our winners did a very remarkable story about फील्ड वर्कर्स, पीपल हु आर वर्किंग इन द फील्ड, खेत में जो काम करने वाली महिलाएं हैं, उनके उत्पीड़न की बात की उन्होंने अपनी कहानी में। यूपी के रूरल एरियाज में कैसे दे फेल्ट नॉट वेरी सेफ व्हेन दे वर वर्किंग इन द फील्ड बिकॉज देयर वर सिचुएशंस ऑफ रेप एंड सेक्सुअल वायलेंस अगेंस्ट देम. And it was a very important story to be done, but somehow the mainstream media has given that space. Hello? Yeah, that is what we learned through the experience of our winners. So I'd like Samrajji to sort of come on to this and say, why is the space for these kind of research-based, legwork-based story sort of thinning in the mainstream legacy media?
It is definitely has a decline, but I believe that we much talk about the platform and not about the content. So I can see these kind of story flowing on YouTube and even mainstream television channels like NDTV, Z and other platforms. So the story for positive journalism, developmental journalism still exists. Okay, the problem is that I am surrounded much by the stories of clickbait stories that I hardly recognize that kind of stories. For example, if I tell you that, okay, one farmer nearby in Loni Kalbor has produced 1 lakh cauliflower production in just 3 months and he gained 90% profit, hardly anybody will pay attention. But if I say that, okay, XYZ politician is doing something there, and और ये जो टिपिकल हिंदी और मराठी में जो कल्चर है, आपको एक स्टोरी मैंने पढ़ी थी, द इंसिडेंट हैपन इन दिस एरिया दैट हाउ अ पर्सन बिकम लखपती इन ओवरनाइट, हाउ अ पर्सन एका रात्रीत मराठी, इट वॉज अ मराठी टायटल, एका रात्रीत बनला, अँड द स्टोरी वॉज अबाउट द ATM theft in लोणी काळभोर. So what kind of story I will read? I will read how a person become a millionaire overnight, or a farmer story. So that clickbait journalism has started in Hindi belt, now has surrounded or engulfed entire Indian languages. That has actually distracted us from the developmental stories. Those kind of stories still exist. We do have a good network of developmental journalists in Marathi, Hindi, English, even Yogesh and Prachi can add it. Those stories are still exist. We do produce a independent agriculture daily for 50.
Hello.
Based on similar stories, and we are able to reach more than 150,000 households every day. So people are interested to read the stories, but people they are already surrounded by much clickbait stories that it is very difficult for an ordinary audience to find developmental stories. That is how the situation is.
Yes. So clickbait story is actually the bane of our times, and we are sort of dealing with that. As a journalist, Yogesh, I'd like you to come in here. What is the advice that you'd like to tell our young future reporters, journalists, and people who are coming into the field gradually? How do they prepare themselves for this new climate? One of the facts that you mentioned was multitasking, because the organizations expect a lot of multitasking capabilities from people they are hiring. Earlier it was not there. There was an age of specialization. Now everyone is expected to be a sort of single command unit who can take care of many things. Prachi also mentioned that. What advice would you like to share with our young students?
Yeah, of course I'll do that. But before that, I would like to add to what Samrat ji has said about research-based stories. While it's true that Indian media is still producing research-based stories, but my personal observation is it has gone down. I mean, we have multiple level of new media organizations come up, but the proportion of producing research-based stories have gone down. And I find one of the key reason is lying in revenue. You know, research require a lot of revenue, and news organizations, not just in India, but across the globe, are grappling with that. You know, selling newspaper is completely different than selling soap. It has a very weird and a difficult composition. You know, there are a whole lot of factors attached to that. And if I send my reporter for 4 days in the jungles of Ganchiroli to get an exclusive research-based story, which means I'll have to spend close to 50,000 to 70,000 rupees. And at the end, there's no guarantee if he comes up with a story. Instead, if I ask if the same reporter to produce 4 stories a day, you know, which will generate sort of an opinion, and based on that opinion, I can easily get several reactions from the readers. It might help my organization in enhancing the viewership or readership. There was one term that Samrajji has used, clickbait. So this is also another reason which is actually killing research-based stories. I mean, we can have a simple, great case study. You know, I don't know how many of you are well versed with blogging. In 2000, there was a new concept that was known as a blogging. You know, blog was nothing but an online personal diary. And a lot of youngsters, particularly domain experts, started their own blog without any prior experience in media. And some of them really became popular. And we have many of such examples like Amit Marwa and Nitin Pai. What happened by the end of 2010 was everyone stopped blogging, and one of the principal reasons was Twitter. Twitter, as a microblogging website or a platform, killed blogging. Why? Because if I can produce my opinion in 140 characters, why do I have to post 500 word story or article? So in the process, opinion itself has also become very cheap. I mean, 10, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, the opinion pages were given a lot of significance, importance, at least by people who were interested in reading that. Now we have opinion everywhere, so this has all had a cumulative impact on research-based stories. That was first part. Coming back to what Dheeraj ji said, well, I'm not that big to offer you any, advice, but yes, if you come to the newsroom seeking a job and say that you have a prior experience of working at an organization which made you write 4 stories, you're unlikely to get a job. You require to either develop a niche in a particular topic uh, with some foundation developing there. And at the same time, you have to be well versed with handling technologies, because I or any news organization for that matter cannot afford to invest time and energies in giving you training about that. They gave training to journalists 10 years ago, 15 years ago, but they now expect journalists to be ready to handle all the tools. So you have to be a multitasker so far as technology is concerned. But when it comes to content, you have to have a niche. We have several such niche platforms coming up, and all of them have a huge readership. I mean, Samrat would know, Prachi would know. We have an online platform called as Bhadipa. Bhadipa is essentially an entertainment-based platform started by a Marathi actor and his Canadian friend. And she had given an interview which was an excellent. And she said, when they thought of starting a platform in Marathi, their friends and their friends advised them, why start a platform in Marathi? Start something in English or in Hindi. You'll have a wider readership. She was shocked to hear that, because she said in Maharashtra alone you have 12 crore population, and even if 10% of them are online, which means you have 1.2 crores or 12 million people as a readership, which is a huge. So the population of Maharashtra was more than the population of Canada from where she hails. So when we have a huge audience, try and develop a niche. Even if you get 10% of it, 5% of it, you still have a lot on your plate. And try and think something as an independent. Gone are the days when you can, really rely on a mainstream media offering a job. The jobs are shrinking there. Instead, you can start your own platform, develop a niche, be multitasker so far as technology is concerned. That will be a good combination and a good formula to develop a revenue.
Thank you, Yogeshi. That's a wonderful advice, actually, in fact, because in today's climate, we, as a university, also encourage our students to become startup initiators, have their own sort of, the university also gives them a seed fund, there's a whole incubation center. So that would be a wonderful idea. But coming to you, Prachiji, I'd like you to give some sort of tips on how to become an independent person, because you may think that this is not the right question for you, but you do actually have the experience, because TV organizations, broadcast organizations increasingly expect their people to be independent units, especially if you're running a bureau, to shoot, to edit, and just send a story as fast as you can. And those are the capabilities we are giving to our students to be able to do that. Once they have those capabilities coming out of college, what are the options in front of them? Like Yogesh suggested, you develop your niche and then that push in that niche, and you will find a way, because when you do an analysis of the market, there is always a niche which large numbers available sitting, and there is always a gap in the sort of market which you can sort of exploit and make good money, make good audience out of it. So I'd just like you to sort of give a few pointers to our students about how to go about doing this.
I'll start by talking with formats, because what you asked, Samrat sir, seen a large transition in terms of that in television media. When I started as a broadcast journalist, we used to do developmental stories. I used to work for a news channel called IBN Lokmat, and which was known for developmental journalism at that point of time. We ran stories from rural areas. We did half-an-hour reports, detailed reports on such any kind of issue. Like if there was atrocity case, I remember covering an atrocity case where a boy was killed by a few people from other community just because he belonged to a particular caste, and he allegedly had an affair with a girl from upper caste. So you must have heard about movies like Sairar, but way before such movie came, we actually witnessed such a case, and we did an elaborate report on. I did an elaborate report on how such cases are increasing in that particular belt, and I spoke to multiple people who had faced caste atrocities. If you ask me to do something of sort and post it and get it aired on a television channel, I don't have that much space. And the reason is because the popularity index or the standard that we have is TRP. TRP is counted in multiple, like it's a statistical game basically, but then a particular time slot of the day has more weightage than a particular event would or would not have weightage for that particular day. If something huge is happening, you might not really be able to get any kind of gain through that. There are television channels which are just running political debates in terms of not the debates that used to happen on television channels earlier, but they'll go and ask a politician about his particular opinion about a particular thing, and they'll go and ask other politician about what this politician has said and get him to react, and that is all that they'll run through the day. That such stories are getting space, and we run in with a format that is called as speed news. Speed news is basically delivering 50 or 100 stories in half an hour's time slot. So you can imagine the kind of space or the time duration that a particular story gets. When I started, I was told that I need to write scripts for a story that would be minimum running for 1.5 minutes. And that proved to be a task because normally people were trained to be print journalists where they were asked to write 600 words, 700 or minimum 400 word stories. And for us to write a 1.5 minute story, it just meant like 6 or 7 sentences because it was going to include the interviews recorded, the bites are recorded. Today the scenario is changing, and it's changed to this extent that we have to deliver 100 stories in 30 minutes, including breaks. Like if we count the breaks, it's going to be a 18 or 15 minutes bulletin depending on the popularity of that particular channel. And you have to make sure that the content is delivered, capsule content is delivered because we have to catch the attention of people. If we have the attention, we're going to have the TRP, and that's eventually going to translate into getting revenue. So when we are facing this challenge, content and credibility, keeping up with both these things are going to be a biggest task for a broadcast journalist. And if you want to become a broadcast journalist, you, like everybody said, not just for print media, but you have to be multitaskers in television as well. When I was studying, I was doing my mass communication course, I was like, I want to be a broadcast journalist, and why do I need to study editing or video editing, or why is it that I need to study how to operate a camera? But today, like I said, when we started this new channel, the reporter with a gimbal or a tripod or a selfie stick is recording the entire thing, sending it via mediums like WhatsApp or WeTransfer, and that channel entirely, 24-hour news channel is running on that kind of content. If like uh, if we want to keep up with that pace and reduce the investment, because revenue is going to be a challenge, like Yogesh said, channels like NDTV are switching to mobile journalism today. Their reporters, very senior reporters, have been trained how to operate mobile cameras and record. So a senior friend of mine who has been working as a bureau chief, he led the Mumbai bureau and now he shifted to Calcutta. He just carries his own tripod, his own mic, his own light, and his own mobile phone, and that's all that he needs. He doesn't need a cameraman, he doesn't need a OB-WAN. Simple softwares are coming up through which you can edit your own stories and post. So learning all these things is going to be a challenge. Like I said, I came from an era where I thought, why do I need to learn video editing? Today, I had to learn how to post a story on websites, dealing with those I had to deal with those softwares. Obviously, the task there was making the headlines interesting because you had to get the audience to read your stories online. So I have had to get trained, I had to keep learning. So that's going to be a challenge for everybody. And like I said, your mobile cameras, or probably in near future, the technology might change even further. Those are going to be the things, those are going to be the equipments you will be asked to handle. So keeping up and learning the new technology and learning the convergence is going to be the key to becoming a broadcast journalist, more than I think the presentation or the way you delivered the content, which were the challenges or the key factors earlier.
As we all learn from Prachi ji. And that's the true story of everyone who is involved in this business or industry of storytelling, is that you have to keep adapting yourself. You have to be a student for life once you sign up for this field, because technology is changing, the way you told stories is changing, markets are changing, new media is coming up, new ways of reaching out have evolved over the years. But one of the key things or key elements that remains is storytelling. How good you are at your craft, how well you are able to capture the attention, imagination of your reader or your audience, which is one of the biggest things. And ironically, this is one thing that cannot be taught. No amount of teaching can help you become a good storyteller. It has to be something that works from within. Your own deep curiosities have to drive you forward into becoming a great storyteller. And that is actually the key of being relevant, being read, being watched, and so on and so forth. One of the important or most interesting things about India as a country is that we have a plethora of stories. There's so much diversity. There is so much differences. There's so much class differences, so much economic differences. Of course, cultural differences. Anyone who wants to go into the field of cultural reporting will find that the country is full of variations and varieties in people's dress, food, and so on. So what I'd like to understand from our panel here, anyone can take up this question, is how do we understand the craft, or how do we come to grips with the craft of storytelling when we are dealing with so much variety and so much diversity? How do we ace that? How do we master that? Of course, experience is one of the things, and the layers which are available in a traditional organization. By layers, I mean there's so many filters, because once you submit your story, it goes to a desk, it goes to the news editor, there is another person who is responsible to check the veracity and credibility. There's so many people sitting with years of experience who will ask you very key questions that you may have forgotten to ask at during your reporting time at the field. So those layers are there. But how do we help these young minds to develop ways and mechanisms to understand the craft of storytelling better?
I'll just, no, I was just going to add to what Yogesh had mentioned earlier, because these things that you mentioned, the stories being recorded, those going to the desk, getting edited and stuff, we are way beyond all of that now. I recently met a group of people who come from a town called Barshi. They, like Yogesh mentioned about Bhadipa, they started a YouTube channel where they came up with a character called Trump Tatya. It was based on Trump, and the character used to comment on whatever was happening, anything and everything around their town or around the world. So local to global was their formula. They came up with rap songs, they came up with multiple videos, and that became a popular channel, revenue generating channel. So much so that within a year they were offered collaborations, and that they became self-sustaining model.
So experiment.
Experimenting is the key. Experimenting is the most important thing in today's era, today's times. And I feel that while you need to come up with your own original ideas, it's also going to be important to be creative and come up with things that are going to catch the attention of people. And that's again a challenge, because it's going to be decided by the algorithms of that particular application that you're going to use, whether it's Meta, whether it's Twitter, or whether it's YouTube.
Yeah, experimental and thinking out of the box is actually very key to remaining relevance and developing your craft. Bhaskar ji would like to add some.
capture the imagination. That's all. Capture the imagination. How? We are presently here in Loni, land of Raj Kapoor, the legend. He just lived with Ganga. What is Ma Ganga? माने तो माँ गंगा हूं, ना माने तो बहती पानी. With that, what he has made? He made wonders. Take the case of Abraham Lincoln. Take the case of John F. Kennedy. Let us take the case of Barack Obama. Even take the case of Rishi Sunak. In India, take the case of Mahatma Gandhi. Take the case of Narendra Bhai Modi. Even I come from Telangana. Take the case of K. Chandrasekhar Rao, KCR, the famous. They are all story presenters, storytellers. They make their story. You make story of somebody else. What is story? The human interest, capturing imagination. New twist to the old story is news. Likewise, data can be story. Data can also attract. Development can also attract. Medicine can also attract. Every field can also attract in its own newness. Capturing newness, capture the imagination. Capturing the imagination through your own senses and capacities will make you and give you the standard of storytelling, and you will automatically become the standard to measure with. In the society presently, everybody is a storyteller. They are making their own case. So alertness, as Dheeraj ji has mentioned, eternal learning. We have to be up to date, not only up to date up to now, even up to tomorrow. All the best.
Thank you. Those three keywords are very important, which Anand Bhaskar ji mentioned, capture the imagination. Actually, just 3 keywords which are going to help you in this long career which lies ahead of you. Any questions that we have a very little time window. So any questions, we can take 2 or 3 questions. We'll open it to the panel. Please mention your name and tell us who the question is addressed to among the panel members sitting on the dais. Yes, please.
Hello everyone, I am Nopal Mehdani and my question is for all the members of the panel. So my question is, how can future journalists to be cope up with the digital threats, and should we even go for traditional media or directly enter the digital media platforms?
Let me start with my answer because I work with digital media for 15 years and 15 with the print. So my suggestion for all the students was always remain the same, that you should start from the print media. So see, जब मैं पढ़ता हूँ और मैं जब लिखता हूँ, then I erase करता हूँ. So if I made a mistake online, then I can put down my story and update and get it done again. But in print media, one of my colleague recently published that Shivaji killed Aurangzeb, and it printed, and I for next 90 or 100 years I cannot erase it. So before writing, before telling anything, I have to reconsider, reimagine, rewrite the things. That is the best way to become a good journalist. If I started from digital, then nobody will tell me what are my mistakes, what mistakes or what improvements I could have done. And so that is the problem with current media platforms, I believe, that if I started from digital media, I made a mistake, I put down that story, I recorrect it and upload it again. So I don't know the impact of my mistake on the masses or impact of mistake on my personal journalism career. So ये अगर आपको avoid करना है तो believe me, you have to work at least a year in a newspaper, then into television. क्योंकि अगर एक मिस्टेक एंकर ने कर दी टेलीविजन पे तो वो मिस्टेक फिर जाती नहीं है. सो इट रिमेन्स देयर, इट कीप्स हाउंटिंग हिम ऑल द टाइम कि ये मैंने मिस्टेक उस नाम गलत ले लिया. For digital media, I can put down that video, I can erase it from Google, I can remove everything, every trace of my post, and then my mind tells me that nothing has happened, you can make another mistake. So अगर आपको ये avoid करना है तो start from the print, television and then go to digital, because digital is the future. So future में entry करने के लिए पहले present क्या है ये तो समझना ज़रूरी होगा. It is what I believe.
And the art of writing is actually the art of rewriting. And rewriting is something that helps you think and develop your thoughts. Like in a gym, you go and exercise and you train your muscle. When you're rewriting, you're training your mind how to think in various different ways and understand the whole story from different angles. Anyone else would like to add? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I second what Samraj has said, that of course, in today's context, you have a purely digital media based platform, and then you have a hybrid. No legacy organization, no conventional media organization only operates either in print or television. They also have an online platform. So you'll get to learn there. But yes, if you start with print or conventional mediums, that will allow you to focus on one thing which is key, particularly in today's context, which is cross-checking. Because I have realized that half the time that my reporters spend is to cross-check things. 50 years back, there was a challenge of gathering information. Now that challenge is over. You are constantly bombarded with information. Information is coming from all sides. What lies, where your skill lies, is to cross-check that information. And to cross-check that, to verify that 100 times is something that we learned in print, because print also offers an advantage of a time. Print goes to bed for printing at 12 o'clock, which means you have an ample time to cross-check things, to carry out a due diligence. Once that helps you develop your foundation based on that, or taking that as a premise, you'll be able to do journalism on any platform thereon. So I'll just sum up with that. I mean, in 1920, a political thinker, Walter Lippmann, had written a book called as Public Opinion, and in that he had mentioned that news is an important. Unfortunately, in India, we take news for granted and we don't pay so much of an importance to that. But if news does not reach people in time, it can cause havoc. And he had shared an example of a world war. World War I was between 1914 to 1917. And on the day when the two alliances declared that the world war is over, it took that news to percolate down to the last man who was actually fighting the war, 1.5 months. And in that 1.5 months, world lost more than 6 lakh people just because the news had not reached. Had World War I taken place today, we would have known on WhatsApp itself before it is happening. So now we are living in an era where information access is easy. What is difficult is to cross-check that, and if you have a cross-check verified information, to add value to that. And all these things can be learned in platforms such as, or in mediums such as newspapers.
Just to add to what Yogesh and Samrat sir was saying, I won't say that start with print media, but I'll definitely say that start by studying a particular beat or develop your expertise, the niche that Yogesh was talking about earlier. And that mostly happens in print because you're assigned a particular beat and you start with working on that particular beat, understanding issues around it, and then going on to the next level. So that is going to be important, developing your niche, because in today's times, if you start with television or digital channel, in television you become like you literally jack of all and master of none. Because right now I might be reporting on a particular, for instance, yesterday I started my day by reporting on the action on the illegal structure being demolished on Afzal Khan's tomb. And then I went on to report on the infrastructure project on Mumbai-Pune Expressway. I happened to interview CM, and I ended my day with something that had nothing to do with with both these things actually. So that happens in television channel, that happens in digital as well. What matters is how do you develop your niche and how do you develop your interest in a particular topic and develop your expertise in that particular thing. Also, to add to the digital threats that you mentioned, we are thriving on opinion today, and something like no bindi, no business trends, and the brands have to take a cognizance of that and change their advertisements. That is, uh, while it doesn't impact news media directly at the moment, eventually that is going to hamper, and that, so no mistakes. What these both of these people said, that no, we cannot afford to make mistakes. That is going to be a very important thing in future, because a small mistake that you've done in the past is going to haunt you forever.
We can take one more
Thank you so
question.
much.
Oh, Acha.
This is the perennial, permanent question of anybody to enter in. Take the case of Tanushree Pandey, Hathras. Take the case of Barka Dutt. Take the case of Palki, of Gravitas, of Voyas or Voin. Likewise, what made them research, evidence, stabilization? That must be the added advantage for each and everybody. How you will begin? Fadnavis has an answer, Joshi is also having an answer, Prachi is also having an answer, and you will also have an answer. But research, research, research. Your foundation must be the evidence-based, solid research, research, research.
Yeah, we have time for one more question. Quickly, anyone? Yes. Can we have the mic on the right side, please? Your name and who your question is addressed to.
I'm Anushka Patil, and my question is addressed to Yogesh sir and Prachi ma'am. Speaking of credibility, media trials have become a raging topic of discussion, right? Often it is justified by saying it's a demand for justice, but we often see instances of accusations being thrown around without credible backing. So how can we ensure that these calls for justice can be backed by actual facts and credibility for like a media organization as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, media has also become a prosecutor. You know, it used to be an investigator, now it's become a prosecutor, and in some cases, it has also become a judge. So that is one of the problem areas that media has to deal with, and one of the principal reasons that has happened is one, because there's so much of a space for opinion, and opinion has become so cheap, and everyone has an opinion, and everyone is also in an urgency to give that opinion. So when you're surrounded and flooded by opinion, naturally someone opinion will have someone announcing a culprit or a perpetrator, which is not a job of a media. It has definitely diminished the credibility of a media, and credibility in journalism is like a glass. Once it's shattered, it's shattered. Unfortunately, a lot of us haven't learned with those. Of course, media's job is to be a watchdog, to bring the wrongdoings in the society to the public domain. But after they bring those wrongdoings in the public domain, then you should wait there, you should stop there. To decide whether the wrongdoing has been committed by a person or not, in what way, is the job of a judiciary. We need to learn on that, yeah.
Uh, I think you has covered most of the things, but I'll just add that we, like, even if it's a television channel or it's a newspaper or any other medium, for instance, we have to investigate our stories before presenting them. And that remains the key. So if a person is becoming a judge, while I won't justify that, if a person is becoming a judge, his or her opinion is going to be based on what that particular person has seen and or witnessed, or the documents that he or she is going to have. And at times, I won't say media trial, but at times building an opinion about a particular thing matters a lot, because unless you report on that particular story extensively, there have been many instances that no action is being taken despite the cases being serious. So you have to have a balance in both the things. Media trials are not justified. Again, I'll repeat myself, but then investigating a story, presenting it to people is going to matter, and if we keep reporting on that particular thing, and if we keep accusing a particular person of a particular wrongdoing, that is when we're going to get the impact.
Thank you for all your questions and this wonderful and scintillating panel of experts from the field of journalism and the media who have vast experience and have wonderful things to share with all of our students. I hope you have made notes of all the words of wisdom that have been shared from this panel today. And I hand it over to our student anchor to give us the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, everyone, for this insightful panel discussion. It was really informational and amazing. Honored guests, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to offer this session's vote of thanks. I, on behalf of MIT World Peace University, School of Media and Journalism, and the entire organizing team of National Conference on Media and Journalism, extend my sincere gratitude to all the speakers for gracing us with your presence. We, as students, got to learn a lot about the industry. I, for a fact, learned so much more about the changing scape of media, being an aspiring journalist myself. The panel touched upon some important aspects of media in today's day and age and how medium has become the message, the popularization of YouTube and social media influencers, and how it is a challenge to maintain credibility during this time. One interesting thing that came up during this discussion was how we should try to put ourselves in the shoes of the ones that came before us and try to imagine what they would do with this technology and make good use of it, which can be seen as an innovative solution in its own. I would like to extend my special thanks to Dheeraj Singh ji for moderating the session so effortlessly while keeping the discussion just and fruitful. Thank you so much, Shri Anand Bhaskar Rapoli ji, Ms. Prachi Kulkarni ji, Mr. Yogesh Zoshi ji, and Mr. Samrat Fadnis ji for sharing such insightful information with all of us today. I now declare second session of Media to Media Connect concluded. Thank you so much, everyone, for being such patient listeners. I request the panel members to please come in front for a group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. We will now have a 1-hour break and will resume the next session at 2:30 p.m. right here. Make sure to gather here for the next plenary session with the theme New Media, New Job. The food will be served at the left side of the right lobby downstairs. Thank you, everyone.
between media and peace. In present-day society, information is
Answer to you is that
the gist of these stone inscriptions
Journalism that focuses on dialogue, inclusivity, and peace. The National Conference of Media and Journalism, which is NCMJ, has emerged as one of the strongest proponents of ethical media and journalism in India. It has established itself as an important platform to bring together media leaders from across the country and abroad to connect and deliberate upon media ethics and the ever-changing landscape of Indian media.
The NCMJ provides a common ground for intense reflection, open dialogue, and inclusive discussions. About what? About the role of media and journalism in conflict resolution and promotion of culture of peace in this world.
This conference will bring together leading media personalities, experts, policymakers, academicians, social observers, administrators, peace advocates to exchange perspectives and share best practices related to the promotion of sustainable peace and development through media.
Now let's talk a little about the objectives of the National Conference on Media and Journalism. The objectives are to appreciate as well as to critically analyze the role of media and journalism in peace building.
It is also to delineate the tenets of value-based media practices. It is also to promote dialogues, inclusivity, and peace. It is also to propose a roadmap by addressing challenges of new media and the way it takes forward for ethical media practices.
Now I am sure that we can all agree the previous session was highly informative and interesting. And some of the points that our speakers brought were how a journalist needs to understand not only the landscape, but also the craft of media. One more point that was brought is being in the industry entails credibility, irrespective of it being a YouTube channel or an institutional organization. And one more point was how clickbait stories are diverting from developmental journalism. Now, it takes immense pleasure for me to invite our esteemed guests onto the dais. I humbly request our guests to please join us on the dais. Come on, friends, I'm sure we can do better. Let's have a huge round of applause. Before we move forward, let us all have a look at the glimpses of this event. I request the technical team to play the video onto the screens.
Hello everyone, I am Divya Kardile.
And I'm Tejas Kolhatkar.
We are glad to welcome you to the second day of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University's 4th National Conference on Media and Journalism.
Centered around the theme of dialogue, inclusivity and peace, NCMJ aims to provide a platform for meaningful discussions amongst the media community. This year's conference is associated with the R.K. Lakshman Museum, Mumbai, Press Club, the Foreign Correspondents Club of South Asia, and the Pune Union of Working Journalists.
The objective of NCMJ is to appreciate as well as critically analyze the role of media and journalism in peace-building processes.
Our mission is to ignite the spirit of ethical journalism ingrained with social sensitivity. We also aim to raise the extent of awareness, involvement, responsiveness, and access through open deliberations between media leaders, policy makers, youth, society, and industry at large.
The first day of this grand conference commenced with the auspicious tradition of ringing the bell of democracy and lighting the lamp by Dr. Vishwanath Karad and the honorable dignitaries. After the felicitation of dignitaries, Dr. R.M. Chitnis addressed the audience, followed by Sri Rahul Karad's introduction to the National Conference of Media and Journalism.
The conference then advanced with the speeches of our special guests, Smita Prakash, editor and reporter at ANI News Channel, Rashid Kidwai, journalist and political analyst, Jawar Sirkar, Honorable Member of Parliament, and Srimati Usha Lakshman, who is the director of the R.K. Lakshman Museum. The audience was truly enlightened by the speeches of these speakers who talked about the 75 glorious years of Indian media.
The first day was marked by two other important sessions with the topics: OTT, what happened to the blockbuster? Cancel culture was the second topic. The second session with the topic OTT, what happened to the blockbuster, held esteemed folks like Divyanshu Malhotra, Dipesh Sumitra Jagdish, Sulagna Chatterjee, and Sayandeep Singh Gupta, who have been an integral part of these platforms and have contributed to the building of these shows. They shared their insights about the changes in content production that the OTT revolution has brought forth. The aim was to refrain from pronouncing the death of the blockbuster and to think of ways blockbuster could be revisited and evolved to suit the new content streaming platforms.
The third session provided an opportunity for the youth to connect over the topic of cancel culture. The media industry has been a primary target of cancel culture over the last few years. People to products and several films had to bear the brunt of cancel culture that has found many takers on social media. This session aimed at promoting peace amongst the netizens and to hopefully propose a solution that is mutually beneficial to the audience members as well as the media industry.
This concluded the end of day one. The second day is going to bring a plethora of interesting opportunities for communication with eminent speakers on gripping topics like documenting past, present and future, the changing media scape, credibility, revenue and technology, new media, new jobs.
In the first session, we will be talking about the art of documentaries with the enthralling topic of documenting past, present and future. The panelists for this session are K.S. Sridhar, Miriam Chandy Meenacheri, Farah Khatun and Shilpi Gulati. Though the art of documentary filmmaking has its place in the famed world of cinema, it still continues to be an art that unveils the reality and gives a voice to the unheard. Unlike feature films that emphasize mere realism, documentaries go to great lengths to capture the true essence of human experience and storytelling. In this panel, we have with us people involved and engaged with documentary cinema, and we hope to hear from them about the specific role documentary films play in the present as well as the challenges they face in the near absence of state patronization.
Times are changing, as are the forms of distribution of information and news. While attempts are in full swing to adapt to digital technology, the additional challenges with respect to credibility and revenue remain at the forefront. The second session, with the theme of the changing mediascape, credibility, revenue and technology, which will be facilitated by Pune Union of Working Journalists, we will be at a platform where seniors as well as young journalists can come together to share their insights on these challenges and also deliberate upon the possible solutions. The speakers for this session are Prachi Kulkarni, Senior Broadcast Journalist at Sam TV, Samrat Fadnis, Editor at Sakal Media Group, and Yogesh Joshi.
For the last session of the day on the topic New Media, New Jobs, we have with us Raghavendra Verma, Mubarak Ansari, T. Surendra and Amir Tamim. The ever-widening horizons of media and communication in the times of today have brought forward a wave of new jobs in the media industry. The applications of technology in the industry have created fresh job opportunities. we have with us in this panel experts from new media who will share their valuable insights on the roles and opportunities that the digital platforms have ushered in.
Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University's National Conference on Media and Journalism is one of its own and opens conversations and collaborations and helps to generate new ideas. It is an amazing opportunity to understand different perspectives and to voice your opinion. Join us in this immersive experience to bridge the gap between the industry and the students.
I welcome our esteemed guests present here.
And now, I would like to request the Director of School of Media and Journalism, Dheeraj Singh Ji, to felicitate our honorable guests. Shri T. Surender Ji, Managing Editor, The Morning Context. Shri Mubarak Ansari Ji, Managing Editor, Punekar News.
Shri Raghavendra Varmaji, producer of Zweites Deutsches Fernsehen German Television. Samiran Walvekar, Director of International School of Broadcasting and Journalism, MIT ADT. Thank you, sir. Now that being said, let's jump right into the third topic for the day, which is new media, new jobs. The always extending skylines of media and correspondence in the hours of today have brought forward a rush of new positions in the media business. From papers to autonomous news entryways, from radios to web recordings, and entryway darshan to Netflix. These progressions in the realm of media have made ready for the relocation of experts from conventional positions to new and remarkable work profiles which were inconceivable previously. YouTube channels and the music business have additionally added to setting out various open doors for individuals regardless of their experiences. This new type of media has brought a progression for new positions and open doors. We have with us in this board specialists from new media who will share their significant experiences on the new jobs and open doors that the advanced stages have introduced.
So to take this discussion forward and give us more of an insight about new media and new jobs, we have with us our panel of esteemed speakers, starting with Shri T. Surender Ji. He works for morningnext.com as a managing editor. He has nearly 2 decades of experience as a business journalist covering the Indian economy and corporations. He formerly held the positions of Deputy Editor and Chief of Bureau at Fortune India, where he oversaw a group of experienced writers with a focus on long-form business features. Our next speaker for this session is Sri Raghavendra Verma ji. Raghavendra Verma ji is South Asia Chief Correspondent of International News Services of the United Kingdom and a television news producer for German public broadcaster Zuitz Deutsches Fernsehen, ZDF. His work experiences includes 14 years of Der Spiegel, Germany, 3 years at the Independent at UK, and over 10 years of extensive reporting for Indian business law magazines published from Hong Kong and Singapore. He has authored a book titled An Indian Business Law Premier, Key Issues for Companies Wanting to Do Businesses in India, and written many extensive market research. And we also have Sri Mubarak Ansari ji. Mubarak Ansari ji is a journalist with over 12 years of experience. He has worked with Intelligent Pune, Sakal Times, and Pune Mirrors newspapers. Presently, he is the managing editor of the Pune-based hyperlocal news website, punekarnews.in. He has a BA in journalism and mass communication from Sikkim Manipal University, a postgraduate diploma in mass media from Pune University, and an LLB from Bharati Vidyapeeth Deemed University. And with immense pleasure, I would like to introduce the moderator for this session, Sri Sameer Walvekar ji, the director of ISBJ MIT ADT. Mr. Sameer Walvekar ji is a sessioned expert in electronic media and mass communication with a doctorate in communication studies. He is also recognized as an academician who has extensively worked for last 34 years in leading satellite news and entertainment channels. He is a member of the Marathi Feature Films Subsidy Finance Committee, Ministry of Culture, Governments of Maharashtra, and is the director of Samiran Studios, an audiovisual production house and media consultancy, Pune. And now, without any further delay, let's begin this exciting session. I now hand over the session to our respected moderator, Sri Sameer Walvekar ji. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you, my friend Dheeraj, your Director of Communication Studies, for giving me this opportunity to moderate this session. We all know that our esteemed guests today, Raghavendra, Mubarak, and Surinder, are all very senior journalists. And Surinder was asking me before the session that I hope that this whole discussion will be centered or will be concentrating on journalism, since we have utilized the word media, new media and new jobs. So let me assure him and all the panelists that basically we are here to discuss pros and cons of new media opportunities and new jobs. But having said so and having done that, discussing that, I would like to just set the tone of this discussion in the beginning. The format of this discussion would be, I would just begin with a few points, and then one by one these three guests would say whatever they want to say within 5 to 7 minutes each. And then it would be sort of interactive sessions. My job here would be to ask them questions and make them speak. Instead of giving you lectures, because we all are doing the same thing in our schools, whether it's in your school or it's here in MIT ADT school. We all are doing this lecture business. Here the guests are here from various fields, having more than 3 decades of experience in digital media, print medium, television, and whatnot. We would like to interact with them. We would like to know something more in the given time period of 60 to 80 minutes on various subjects, so that anybody can speak on the point which I am going to raise. My job will be just to raise the point and make them speak. And if the time remains at the end part of this discussion, we would give you the roving mic to you, and you can just ask whatever you want after this discussion is over. We all know that the Indian newspaper has got a history of more than 242 years. We all know that this Bengal Gazette first started in 1779. And we have crossed a lot of stages in between till we have reached this digital stage. Our Doordarshan started in Maharashtra in 72, but before that it started in Delhi in 59. Needless to say, this Dish TV and DTH 19 years ago. Then this private TV channel after the Gulf War, we all know that it started 30 years back in 92, 93. Internet, almost 20 years more than that. But what remains the most important part of all this media journey is nothing but content. Content is always king. It will be king forever. You change your technical medium, you change your treatment, you change your platforms, maybe it's a web platform, maybe it's a television channel, DTH, whatever, or optic fiber, it's coming now. Content is always king. As far as you are giving, catering good quality content, what people need, which relates to their life, with the help of your journalistic skills, that is always important, and people want that. Nowadays, because of these portals and internet, people want direct and live television. They are always insisting, you show us what's going on in the world directly and live. The pattern of reporting is getting changed. Then the ways of reporting are getting changed. The technology is changing very fast. So as a learner of journalism or as a candidate of journalism, how we are going to change ourselves? What exactly we are supposed to do for getting the right slot in this process of changing media? This digital media needs to have some different set of skills, technological knowledge. You have to have jack of all if you are not master of any one. Of course, in journalism also we were discussing there are so many bits. In web journalism, web portals, YouTube channels, also there are bits. You need to have some sort of highly specialized skill in specific subject. And then only you'll be able to find your own path. But when you are completing your degrees, you are in last year of your specialization or your post-graduation, or maybe you are doing research, conducting research for your doctoral things, PhD and whatnot. You need to understand languages of that particular mediums. In which language you are going to cater your content. And as far as jobs are concerned, typical earlier jobs like print medium, it's not the stage now. Now you have to understand technology. Now you have to understand the content. You must be aware how the content is managed and administered in different format of maybe web portal or maybe any digital format. You need to understand how to handle the content, convert it. In this era of convergence, content is the same, but at the same time, audio, visual, graphics, that is GFX, and in total combined effect. When it goes to web portal, the content is packaged in a different way. When it goes to radio, content is packaged in a different way. But nowadays, because of these portals and digital medium, the whole perspective of journalism is changed. And I would rather request our panelists to emphasize on that. What exactly is needed in this sort of new era, new media, new language, and how the content has to be catered, created, managed, and administered. So this should be the baseline. Of course, the jobs and basic criteria you need to have, they'll also tell you. But since we all are learners, including myself, I'm learning every day. We all are learners. we have to learn from our panelists how to get fit into that and how to learn the things, new skills, how to acquire these skills to get the jobs in this digital world. So, the digital media, new jobs. That is our theme. First, I would request my friend T. Surinder. He's a business journalist. He's running a portal and he has got huge experience. But I would request Surinder to touch other points also in his beginning brief. Then we would interact in all other points which we need to get it known from him. Thanks.
Yeah, good afternoon. Look, I'm a journalist, so I'm used to asking questions, so I'm going to start this afternoon by asking a question. So how many of you have heard of the Times of India? Put your hands up. How many of you have heard of the Morning Context? Put your hands up. Before it was introduced here. TheMorningContext.com, which is where I work. So how many of you have heard of TheMorningContext.com? I'm very happy with this start because everybody is here wanting to talk about new media, and we've been writing really good climate stories which have, won good acclaim, and nobody has heard of it. And that is the fundamental problem of the new media. People want to be in new media, but they don't really follow new media, right? The starting point is that. You may know of the print, you may know of the wire, you may know of, but you have to know of what are the best brands that are there in new media so that you are at the right starting point of being in the new media and being interested in it. Any person who wants to do something in a new field will know everything about it, and that's the starting point of your interest. So, this entire question, the definition of the term new media, right? I think as students, I would first lay it out to you. What is this new media actually? For 25 years, I've been in a print magazine. I've mostly been in print magazines. I've been in the business world. I've been with the Times of India. I've been with the India Today. Then I was with Fortune, and the last job was Fortune, which was a print magazine. I was there until 2019, actually 2020, just before the pandemic. It was a print magazine. It came once a month, but it had a readership. There were people willing to come on the cover. The last time Mukesh Ambani gave an interview, it was to the Fortune, right? So he never gave an interview otherwise. But why was he giving an interview to a Fortune magazine and not to any other new media if new media was the really important thing, right? So I want to first lay the definition of new media clear here. So for 25 years, I worked in print magazines. And somebody said that, look, print magazines are dying. I did not believe so because I was working with them. And my company was paying me salaries. They were giving me increments. I was happy with it, but I decided that I should try this out. And therefore, I gave half the salary away. I got stock options in my company. I joined this new place, just like you. I had not heard of it either, right? It was just about starting. So it was a starting point. So what is the difference that, and if you ask me what am I doing today, I'm writing the same stories. I talk to my colleagues in edit meetings. I write my stories on the same computer that I wrote 20 years back, and it gets published. I don't care where it gets published, whether it comes in a newspaper or on a website or anywhere else, right? But if you ask me, what I'm doing, I genuinely feel is new media. New media, not because the content is the same, not because if you look at it from the content point of view, it is the same. I haven't changed as a journalist. I'm doing the same thing. I'm calling up corporate chiefs. I'm getting their interviews. If they do something wrong, I just write about them, and that's what I did always, right? But still, I feel something is new with the media that I'm doing today, only because the medium is absolutely changed. In my magazine, when I write my story, nobody would come back to me and say, what have you written? In the Times of India, tens and thousands of people will read a good article, but I would not get a single feedback ever. It was a one-way medium. Nobody ever called you and told you, look, you have done a good story, right? So in the new medium, that's the fundamental difference. It's a two-way medium always. You thought that television was a two-way medium. It is not a two-way medium. It was always somebody saw a television and just went back, right? When I started here in the morning context, the first time I wrote a story, just after it was published at 8 o'clock, at 8:10, I had already people calling me up and said that, look, this is what we felt about your story. And what does it do to you as a journalist, right? It makes you immediately go back and see what you've done is right or wrong. So I'm saying that the fundamental issue about new medium is that your feedback is almost immediate. It's like having a feedback in your steering wheel. I mean, people who play games will know this. If you have a steering wheel which has no feedback, you don't feel like driving a car. But if you have a feedback wheel, you actually feel you're driving a car. So that is the fundamental difference about what a new medium is, right? And right now, new mediums are also, the new media is also about ownerships. Legacy media is owned by really old groups of people. They're very, very powerful. They, like the Times of India, the Network 18, which is managed by the Ambanis now, the India Today group, all of these groups are very powerful. And they also have advertising as a part of their, entire portfolio. So what happens to news? Can they be absolutely free when they write their stories? They can't be, right? And the second important thing in new media today, and why it's called new media, is also because the ownership of these new companies are totally different. They come from absolutely independent people. They feel for journalism. They want to write only about journalism. They want to write those good stories. And like we don't just bother about it. If we have a story to say, and even if it is a CEO, and we are going to write something against the CEO, we send the CEO a letter, and if he doesn't talk, it doesn't matter to us. We just go ahead and write the story, and they will never talk to us again. And I've had CEOs who have not spoken to me for the last 4 years amongst the top Fortune 500 companies because I've written stories against what they said. They said, okay, don't write this story because we will change our profits next month. The next quarter we'll change up. But we don't care about that, right? In another place, in legacy media, because they have advertising as a part of their portfolio, as part of their revenue, they would usually say, okay, we will tone down this story. So that is the second point. The first point is the immediate feedback that you have, and the second point is about the freedom that you have in the new media to sort of explore the kind of stories that you want to do. So, I can go on and on about, what is new media, but fundamentally, what is different is for a journalist, he gets feedback for what he does, and he's free to do what he wants to do, and that today is essentially new media. And if you aspire to be any of these, and this is you're looking up the right tree.
So we have heard how the freedom is more important in doing any sort of journalism. How the styles of writing, he said, are not much changed, but the freedom and feedback, these two are the key words, which T. Surendra has told us just now. I would like to invite my friend Mubarak Ansari. He has got huge experience in print journalism also. He was recently with Sakal Group, and I would like him to explain us what exactly are the opportunities in new media, because I remember that Sakal Group was the first group which introduced digital journalism along with largest circulation in Maharashtra. I think now every newspaper has got their own web portal, all Marathi, all Hindi, all English newspapers, because they have come to realize that along with this print journalism circulation, there is a huge response from younger generation. They want to read it on their mobiles, their laptops, and their PCs. And they want news as it is. They don't want early in the morning just on print, not in black and white. So I think Sakal Group was the first group which converted the news items, typical style, traditional style, into digital style. And you were the part and parcel of that initial this team. You were with Sakal Times, I know that. But I remember Sakal has done it before. So I would like you to share your experience of digital journalism and opportunities in this sort of news jobs.
Hi everybody. So you can hear me? How many of you have heard about Punekar news? So कुछ लोग हैं. So some people are there who have heard about Punekar news. It's a very hyperlocal content news website, and our focus is on general news reporting, general news, all about Pune only. सर ने जैसा बताया कि सकाल मीडिया ने पहले शुरू किया था, yes, that was esakal.com. They had started very early. मेरे जर्नलिज्म में आने से बहुत पहले किया था उन्होंने. And they are doing a fabulous job. They get like over 1 crore views every month. One of the leading in the news websites in the vernacular sector. My experience, I have interned with Z News, which is a news channel. I have worked with a broadsheet newspaper, Sakal Times, a weekly newspaper, Intelligent Pune, and a tabloid, Pune Mirror. And now for the past 2 years, I am with Punekar News. So as sir had earlier mentioned, it's the medium which has changed. Content is the king. You have to learn how to write. You have to learn the language. Only the medium has changed and a little bit of headline writing has changed. Otherwise, it's the same thing. When I was with tabloid, I used to report news in certain manner. Now I'm with digital media, so I have to be like real-time reporting is very important, because you want to reach you want to be the first to inform the readers. And as sir has already mentioned, one more thing, revenue also plays a very important role. So we, being a very hyperlocal content website without backed by any investor or anybody, we depend on digital revenue through various advertisements, and for this we have to have we should be the first to tell what is happening in Pune. Sir, the only thing which I want to tell the students, ज़्यादा gap नहीं है आप लोगों के बीच और मेरे बीच में. Like till few years back, I was also on the other side of the table. If you want to be a journalist, you should be ready to go and meet people. It can't be done sitting in the room, sitting at home. अगर आप नहीं मिलना चाहते हैं, so you should change the sector or change the job profile. अगर आपको जर्नलिस्ट बनना है, you have to go meet people, चाहे बारिश हो, धूप हो, कुछ भी हो. You should first understand the job profile of the medium in which you want to work. There is no substitute for hard work, and you should be always ready to go and meet people and report things if you are a journalist. There are other job roles also which you can do if you don't want to go on the field. But जैसा हमें बताया गया, एक जब बातें हैं आप यहाँ कोर्स करने के लिए या कोई भी जर्नलिज्म कोर्स में जाते हैं, तो देयर इज अ थिंग कि आप जर्नलिस्ट ही बनना चाहते हैं. एंड जर्नलिस्ट वही हैं जिसको आप देखते हैं टीवी पर, या आप देखते हैं कि वो रिपोर्टिंग कर रहा है, वही देखकर आप यहाँ पे आए हैं. सो यू शुड बी एबल टू डू दैट. डिजिटल मीडिया और द न्यू मीडिया, वी आर यूजिंग इंटरनेट. पहले रेडियो आया, पहले न्यूज़पेपर आया, रेडियो आया, टेलीविज़न आया, और अभी न्यू मीडिया है. द थिंग इज द मीडियम हैज चेंज्ड. वी आर यूजिंग इंटरनेट इन एवरीथिंग. डिवाइसेस आर देयर, सॉफ्टवेयर्स आर देयर, computers are there. These are the new things which have happened. They give you a wide reach. If you have that journalistic passion in you, you can start your own media with a single person. You can start your YouTube channel. You don't need any investment. You can start with your phone also. But you should be on the right path. And if you are on the right path, you are doing good job, your company will grow. You will build your own company. Okay? I want to know more from you guys. It's just, I have senior colleagues, senior journalists over here. So they will be talking more, and I would like to interact more with you guys.
Okay, let's go on to our next guest, Mr. Raghavendra Verma. In a true sense, we may call him an international journalist because he has worked for international news division of UK also, and he's related in the capacity of producer on German television also. So we all are aware that our country was lagging behind on this web journalism when other European and Western countries had already entered some 1.5 decades before we entered. You must have seen and gone through all these changes. We are in 23 now, entering in different era altogether. I want you to discuss about the coverage of these important events, maybe on national or international era, and explain to our students what exactly it needs to cover these sort of events on national and international level. When you're doing it for new media, particularly like any web portal, or any YouTube channel, or any digital channel or web. So I would like you to go on these lines and also share your experience while briefing the introductory brief.
Yeah, thank you. To start with, we have been saying that media has been changing, it's been evolving, and we have changed and evolved with that media. The most important thing here is that we have to learn, and we have to keep evolving and keep learning the new technologies and how to reach our viewers. So it's very important whenever I write a story or we produce news, what you have to keep in mind that who are your audience or your readers. For financial papers will be different, for general news, for television, law. So there will be very different, and your approach to write or report or make news, television news, would depend on that. And as this has evolved, and it will keep evolving, it would not stop. So you think you have been to the journalism school, you know all of it, and now you would be ready to take any challenge there. Of course you are ready, but if you think that you need not learn anymore, then you would you would fail at one point of time when the technology just takes over, and you do not make your skills updated. For example, you have been print journalist, then you might be asked to make television script. And unless you are taught about it, you would not know that in television news, none of the sentence could be more than 10 words. And it is not that this is some kind of a style any of the news channel would adopt. It is how much a viewer on television can grasp in one sentence. It's human psychology, you cannot beat it. You write a 20-second sentence, and then you will be lost, and you would not be able to communicate. These are the skills you must know. And say for television, when you come, you should know that pictures are the first thing that hit your mind, that you relate to. Then comes the voice, and then the written words if there are any subtitles or something. So these are very detailed things that hopefully you would be taught in the school, and you know, and when you go out in the field, you will you would use them to excel. And it's not that media will change, it will keep changing. So maybe 20 years, 30 years from now, again, there would be huge change, and you would have to update your skills, how to use technology, how to use new devices, how the editing softwares change, how you file your reports and who would read them. If you are making films or news films, then you are filming in a particular way, but then you should know that many of advanced news channels have their television, their websites where they make news just, it's very different from television for what they are doing on their websites. And websites no more are treated as a wall where every content which has been created for television or print is being put for viewing. No, it's been directed to particular audience, and for example, your news which you have filmed would be cut vertically, sides will go so that it could be viewed easily on a mobile phone. And then there would be short subtitles or your speech, so you would know many of most of the viewers on mobile phones do not listen because they are in crowded environments and they just see and read. So there has to be very small titles, small news with the pictures. These things, there would be experts who would have already researched, and you would have to learn them as and when you enter that particular media. And of course, you cannot learn everything in every media what is required, but you must be ready to learn. Otherwise, you would be just saying, oh, journalism jobs are ended, we are
Raghavendra, I would like to take this discussion further and ask Surinder. I think nowadays the treatment given to the content is getting changed very fast. Earlier in print journalism, it used to take that we used to make one script and again it is edited by the editor and again it is refined. Our golden rule is write, rewrite and write. And as he rightly said, Raghavendra rightly said, the content of this web journalism has been the same, but the treatment is getting different because the same content is also used for the copy as a written content on these web portals. Sometimes when you are interviewing person like Ambani, nowadays, he's been shot on television, shot on camera also. The script is converted for the web and another part of video clip is also shown on the web. So the multi-purpose usage of the same content is the new key of new media. What's your take on this?
See, I mean, new media right now is exploiting a fundamental rule of eyeballs, right? So that is the business, fundamental rule of a new digital business. So if you get more eyeballs, they think that they will get more advertising, and therefore, if you just flip it around and say that you have wonderful content, will people pay for it? Then your content need not be reused, right? Suppose you have a picture of, say, Ranbir Kapoor, and it's a unique picture. You use it, say, 5 times in the week, and therefore you have traffic coming to your site. Vis-a-vis, you put that picture once and charge for it, and get the same amount of money from your... So, this is a fundamental problem today. The reuse is a fundamental problem because the business model of the new media is not set out there. And therefore, people will have to go in for eyeballs, and they will have to use the same content which has been successful maybe in the morning, once again in the evening. And I think that this is a process that will change over time, because I think that today you are having few sites that attract people. Tomorrow, if say a reader has their favorites, that content will not be reused, because they know that the reader will come, read my site and go back. and they will not go elsewhere. Today, there are no such sites that always keeps the readers with them. They are very fickle-minded. And therefore, I think that today, if you are saying that it gets reused, yeah, it's getting reused because of the fundamental nature of the business to attract eyeballs. But eventually, I feel that good content will be unique content, and it will go in that person's name who has written it in that person's name, and it will be monetizable as such.
You were talking few minutes back about the freedom and feedback. Am I right?
Yeah.
Do you really think so that the freedom has been given or freedom has been taken? Both ways, those who are doing and those who are controlling or owning the channel. Is really freedom given in that sense to the journalists who are operating on web or new media?
See, the thing is that, once again, new media is there even in legacy media. Even Times of India has got new media. It has got a website. It has got. When I say new media, as in the new entrepreneurs in media, they really want to change the world, and that's why you've had a very big mistake in Wire, because in their emergency to sort of put out the great story, they made that error of judgment, right? They always want to crack that great story. And that's always not there in legacy media, because that great story may be stopped because it involves a very big brand, right? So the fundamental nature, again, of new media is to establish a business which is very unique. And the fundamental premise for that is good journalism. And therefore, I feel that this new media is bringing back journalism in a very different way. There are lots of people observing it. You may say that, how can new media put out stories against big names? But say 80% of it may not put, but there are 20% of people who put those stories out, and therefore you see them for the first time ever in the last 10 years, those stories which were never written before about companies. I can say about business stories, because those stories were never written before in those 10 years, because none of the big magazines would ever publish a story against a big business house, right? Those stories are coming out today. At least in Morning Context, you can see every time we have a big story, we get almost 1 lakh rupees in subscription.
But Surinder, tell me one thing, sorry to interrupt, but when we are having more than 925 channels in the country, I'm talking about satellite television channels, there are 16 to 18 groups, industrial groups, who are practically, directly or indirectly owners of either these channels or these digital networks. So don't you think so that has created certain amount of monopoly, or maybe we can say crony capitalism in that?
See, it's like McDonald's, right? It took over the food world for a time till it ruled the world, right? Similarly, large media companies took over readers for a lot of time in the country. If you look at the best times in America, they had 3,000 magazines. They had a magazine for gardening. They had a magazine for housekeeping. And all those magazines did really well. And journalism really flourished because there were so many things to say, right? Now, all of that, because of one group controlling the entire finances of the journalistic world and the others not getting any money, Indian journalism has actually suffered for lack of capital. So you see that no other group has had as much money. A Hindu did not have so much money. So many other companies did not have money to actually do good journalism, right? That is only because one company hogged all the advertising. Today, that is now spreading to the internet. Internet companies and new media companies are slowly getting advertising revenue, and therefore they are able to come out and say that, we can also say news. And I think that this is a good start once again, that we will see independent media coming back, because this advertising revenue will not rule the media world,
Okay. Mubarak, coming back to your work, what you are doing right now, in your name itself, you have taken name of this city, Pune. So your radius is very limited, very restricted.
Yes.
How would you differentiate your own freedom and expectations of people as far as the new media coverage is concerned? Because earlier you have worked in newspaper also, you have worked for television Z also, and now you are working this digital, this combination of all. There are visuals, there are photographs, there is a written script, there are anchors sitting on the streets telling about the horrible traffic problems and all that. How would you define, or how would you differentiate the way of working of any reporter in digital channel?
Sir, as I had earlier mentioned, it's only the medium which has changed. जैसे मैं पहले अगर यहाँ न्यूज़ रिपोर्टिंग करता था, I used to report on traffic then also for the newspaper, but it was very laid back, I will say. I used to move around the city for the whole day. I used to meet the people. I used to go to the police commissionerate and meet the police officers. And then I used to come to office in the evening and submit the report. But in digital media, if there is something, some issue, immediately we have to get the version of all the sites, like the people. Maybe directly we are talking to the people, or through Twitter or other social media handles. And we are immediately we are also calling the police officers, and we are reporting the thing. Whatever is there, it has to be real time. This is the only difference I have seen, that it has to be real time, and just we have to tweak the headlines a little bit to adapt to the demands of the digital media.
Raghavendra, how do you foresee the future changes in this digital media working as far as the journalism is concerned? Because there is a slight dilemma in our learning community, that is in students' mind. They think that, see, we have got special specifications about our specialized journalism. That is, somebody is interested in advertising, somebody is interested in television journalism, print media, or maybe public relation or any other types of journalism. So how do you foresee the changes in the expected skills, basic criteria to enter in this field from students' point of view?
Students have the basics of, when you have the basics, okay, what is news, first of all, what makes news, as I earlier said about your audience, okay, if you're reporting for foreign media, local news, if it has to be of interest to foreign audience, first of all, it would be of a human interest or something which affect them. So those basics are there, and on top of that, you will build on how you communicate through the medium. And as you asked, what would change, how the medium would be happening? Well, when the internet came, and a lot of social media news, it did not completely replaced television and newspaper. They were already there. So what the small news clippings was going on were people who were waiting for a bus or a train or in a taxi. They would just have few minutes in between which they were utilizing. So they had an extra avenue to read news or anything else. So the tasks of newspaper and television was almost always there. It's just that because people, when they saw the news on the mobile phone, they probably did not see that much of importance to switch on the television in the evening. But there are people who have been watching television only. Now, it's a big thing how it would evolve, and how the students. It's a big thing for me to see how it would evolve. Okay. But you should be ready to learn whatever is coming your way. What has evolved recently is, as I said, small news for mobile, which are more popular, and because you get immediate, very accurate count of how many people viewed that, how much revenue it is coming. So it's a good thing in that sense.
I think Surendra wants to add something. Yeah.
Yeah. So you know the thing is that look, when journalist students look outside and say that YouTube creators are creating fantastic videos, they're creating news, they say that why should I do a journalism course? If you think that a journalism course is not important, perish that thought. I'm giving you that example of a fashion journalist. I mean, she's a fashion journalist for a leading magazine newspaper. I asked her, look, why do you have a job in one of your newspapers, and why do you have a job in a magazine? Isn't your job redundant? TikTok is doing a better job of fashion, so is Instagram. So why do you have to go and report? Somebody else is reporting and so many people have better views than you have. She said the problem is that all of these people come and go. They are there today, they are not there tomorrow. Some may create a brand, some may not create a brand. And many of them are associated with brands funding their exposure in all these social mediums. And therefore, a journalistic attitude is necessary today more than ever to discern what is the right thing. And therefore, in all the digital medium, if you say that, okay, news is there, a journalistic capability right now is the most important thing for journalists to learn about, right? And that is what makes the fundamental difference of what a new journalist will be. Being able to see across platforms, being able to see across TV, across TikTok, across Instagram, and then coming out with the right story. Suppose somebody say that this sort of a dress is very fashionable, and that is the opinion of a TikTok person. She has to actually go and find out whether that is really true or not, and tell the readers that this is just a hoax, you know?
Just last small point, I would like to ask you all both. What they should see as an opportunity in on this web journalism or digital journalism or in new media, what role they should try to find it out, and they should foresee themselves to be suitable for that role. Which roles are there, like content creator, editor, reporter? What sort of roles in new media are waiting for them?
See, because they are in a journalism course, right? Because they are in a journalism course, media is not journalism. Journalism is a separate subject on its own. It's about verification of facts. It's verification of sources. It is verification of truth. It is verification of so many things. It is finding out what is the right thing, right? And therefore, none of these social medias actually lend itself to that. Of course, there are lots of people saying the truth in, say, Twitter or elsewhere. But when you are it is a journalistic effort. You push the envelope further and you say you have a... So therefore, what I would recommend is that they should learn the tenets of journalism much, much more. They should not be swayed away by, social media, the kind of exposure that people get in so many other mediums, and therefore stick to facts, which will be the fundamental tenet of if they go into, web-based journalism.
That's why the images and illusions created by social media are totally wiped out by these fact-checking labs. They are essential for that only.
Yeah, they are essential for that. I'm saying that, yeah, naturally people are, when you're a fashion journalist and see somebody else getting 50 lakh views and you're not even there, you feel, oh, am I a good journalist? No, that's not the case, right? That's just one aspect of fashion. But you're a journalist. You're bringing some trend to the market. So you have to stick to that. You have to first, be truthful to your journalistic vision.
Yeah, I can just add something to that. And
Sure.
because it's only journalists who know in detail how they can make their stories more interesting and relevant to the readers. And two ways. One, the details, these bloggers which you should not be worried about. I was meeting one, and so for television, I said, how do you do zoom-ins or cutaways? No, they just keep filming with their cell phones, and
It's not that easy. It's not that easy to do that.
it doesn't have that quality. You need to have a close-up, a broad view, and an overall view, and a combination of that and a flow. Unless you have that, they would not keep the viewers on there. And secondly, about what you should be learning, as we said, editor, or when you go in the job market, you would not refuse, I'm an editor, I'm a reporter. You would take whatever job is offered to you, and you have to perform through that. It would not be your choice that you become a reporter or editor. It's the company who hires you. They would decide what
I
you
think,
will become.
Raghavendra, we should give some time to our students and those who are present here to ask questions. If at all you want to ask questions, please be free. We have got a few minutes for that. You can go ahead, take the microphone and ask the question. On the first table itself. Please give the microphone. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, shoot your question.
Okay. My question. Hello, sir. My name is Misha Sharma. My question is to.
Give the speakers here, yeah. We are not able to understand. Please put on this. No, the
Can you hear
speakers
me
on
now?
stage. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So my question is specially to T. Surinder sir, and then open to the whole panel. So you talked about how the technology is bringing back the type of journalism that people can now, or journalists can now actually practice proper journalism and publish stories which were not like seen before, or which were not being able to be published or run on television because they were taken down because it was about a big company or something like that. So it poses a question, what is bigger? Like, it's a little idealistic question, but what is bigger, ideals or capitals? Like capital that makes the company, that brings the money into the revenue into the picture. What is bigger? Because since forever we have been taught to practice neutrality, we have been taught to look at all of the sides, but then again when we look at legacy media platforms or
I think
any
he has
other,
got the point. He has got the point.
yes.
Look at the best journalistic efforts today. Na? Financial Times, New York Times, Economists, all these went through the same issues of legacy media and now are fundamentally very good digital medium who make money. So therefore, there is money in journalism. There is money in good quality journalism. Just because we have been living in a fast food world, it doesn't mean that there isn't a natural food elsewhere and that it cannot survive. We have not even experienced what is a absolutely fundamentally free journalistic world. So I think that we should give that an opportunity. It has not been there in India for a long time. And I think that we have seen that some really good journalistic exercises, like when Rajdeep started, it really did well, right? CNN, IBM really did well. So there is an opportunity out there. And there is no compromise, especially when it comes to ideals in journalism.
I would like to add something. See, you need money to run the company. If you want to go somewhere to do reporting, you need money to go there to hire things. We are in Pune. Pune has a very emotional connect with Panipat, और वो समय की एक लाइन है, जिएंगे तो और भी लड़ेंगे. So you need to survive. If the company is there, the firm is there, you will do a lot of things.
I'll give you a small
both
example in
things
this
go
same
hand in
connection.
hand.
I'll give you one small example. There is one web portal named Max Maharashtra in Marathi. If you go to the portal and find it out on net, Max Maharashtra was doing it on his own for so many months. A day came that they didn't have a single penny. They could not send their reporting team to get the coverage by cab. They didn't have any money and they have to shut down the business. Again, they appealed people that if you have something you need, public money should be raised, and unfortunately they failed. Like any other channel, revenue earning is the basic aspect of anything. You cannot just compromise with your revenues. So, despite of your ideas, your novelty and your very good ethical journalism and all that, if you don't have money, only thing that can be survived is your content. If it is appreciated by people, on your subscriber numbers also and hits also, you can earn money.
Yeah, leave that dilemma to your editors. Yeah, you need not be worrying about that. Yeah. You just do your job and let the editors decide how they want to carry it.
That's fine. Anything else?
I would like to add one more thing to that. If the content is king, I will give you an example. Punekar News gets over 3 million page views every month, which is better than some of the big names. You go to similarweb.com and find out how many page views The Wire, Midday and all these legacy and the fully funded news websites are getting, and how many page views we are getting. So if the content you are giving to the readers and you know your audience, it will hit and you are a hit. And revenue bhi aayega, kaam bhi hoga, sab hoga.
But just keep it in mind, every time the citizen journalism won't work. As Raghavendra was referring, there is always a grammar. And as Surinder was telling, the journalism education, knowledge of proper journalism is very much essential to do all these things. People just won't appreciate because of you have shown very good visual and nobody was there present. There has to be some journalistic approach, proper grammar. You must understand how to put it. The content is available anywhere, but how you are packaging that in the journalistic manner after checking facts and figures is more important. Anybody else? Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, this question is particular for Mr. Ansari. So, sir, actually, I have been an avid follower of Punekar News for quite some time now, and I also follow you on Instagram. So I know that, Punekar News, the kind of quality news that you guys put out there. But, sir, sometimes I can't help but wonder that, on a long term, like from a business point of view, what are some plans that you have for Punekar News in particular, like in terms of growth? Because, Punekar News caters to a very certain and particular demographic. So, I was just thinking.
He may start Mumbaikar News here afterwards.
We have already started Mumbaikar News. We have started Punekar News Marathi. Then there is one India reporting for Pan India. And जब सरकार महाराष्ट्र में चल रही थी तो हमने एक sarkarkhabar.com भी चालू किया है.
It's like आज तक, Mumbai tak, Pune tak.
Now we are going to Hyderabad and Bangalore very soon. And apart from that, as a media company, also we are trying to do certain things like we are going into events, and we have started another company which is into advertising and PR also to some extent.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, backside. Okay. Yeah, please ask. It's on, I think. Go ahead.
Hello? Yeah. I have a question specifically for Surendra sir and then open to the entire panel. Sir, since you spoke about their money being in the journalism sector, so I think, sir, it is said that business, it has the most profitable and business, and I think, sir, is that truly the case or is that a myth?
I can say for myself that I'm in business journalism because it pays well, okay? But I will tell you something that against what people think, Punekar, of course, startups do struggle to pay money, but if the journalist is good and the talent is good, young journalists are very much in demand. The problem is that young journalists, because they don't get paid initially, don't stick around with the subjects that they do. They leave their subjects too fast. They keep trying to jump from one place to another. But if you stick with, say, a subject for 3 or 4 or 5 years, especially, say, foreign policy, business, deep political analysis, all of these places, I'm sure that business does pay very well. Business is the best paying across, journalism, and I can say that for myself and from my experience. But I'm saying that if you're a foreign policy expert, you will certainly get paid very well. It's just that you have to stick for those first 5 years when journalism never pays very well. It's only in those big brands, if you go from a big college to a brand directly, you may get a pay that is, you can tell your folks and your friends. Otherwise, you can't disclose your salary to your friends because it's so low. But you have to put up with that for 5 years, and that's why you chose journalism. And that's the reality,
Anybody else? Yeah, go ahead. Please give mic to her.
So, sir, my question is, in new media or digital media, we have two types of content. One is that we go for writing, and second is that we go for the video things. So, which do you think is more important? Because we think that writing is the thing which tests journalists more because it comes to verifying facts, and you write a proper article.
No, even pictures doesn't go without words. So what would you show with the picture? Somebody is fighting, or what would you show? There has to be text with it or a commentary behind it. Otherwise, pictures are nothing. People would not understand what you are giving in a picture. Who is this? Where this has been taken? When it was taken? And what is the news in it? Just with pictures?
I'll tell you one more thing. There are two styles of editing and taking also. In British journalism, as he referred, picture first. They first edit pictures, then write commentary in any story. But anyway, television is basically a medium of pictures, and words are supporting. Your picture should speak more than anything. And as and when words are necessary, then only they should appear. In American style of Western journalism, what they do, they write script first in words. Whatever they have shot, they will jot down, they will write script first, and just writing a screenplay. See, in journalism also, what do? You are telling a story, what has happened on based events and facts and figures. But the American way is they write the story, they take the bytes, they take graphics, and they just make a craft of that in a proper edited manner, edited package. But if you ask either this or that, again the answer is content. Everything is called as a content. Only thing you are given different shapes and using different forms. Sometimes there is graphics, sometimes there are bytes, sometimes only visually speaking. So this all mixed together, you were using it for television. Now for new media, the basic changes, as you rightly said, because of feedback and because of direct interactive things, people are reacting immediately. Whatever you are placing or whatever you are packaging, the content will be covered by all these media skills. So the journalist who is entering in new media must be knowing the skills of photography, must be quite aware of where my graphics should be added, must be aware of where my words are not able to show what my visual is showing. That's why no words, only visual. So you have to be jack of all. That is the answer.
I just want to, it's a good question, because earlier when you wanted to join a journalistic organization, especially in print media or in television media, either you had to know to write well. If you didn't know to write well, half your jobs are not available. If you can't take a good photograph in a magazine, that job is not also available. If you're a good, but in the digital media, there is opportunity for all kinds of people to be a part of it. If you're just a mathematician and you can analyze data and you can put out data stories, that also is there. If you're a visualizer who can just visualize something and put it differently, that person will also have a job in the new media. So that way, your question is very valid, because you don't have to just be a writer or a photographer to be in new media. Anybody can get a job in new media, but the fundamental point is that you want to have a journalistic point of view to what you bring to the table. If you bring a data point, it has to have a journalistic point.
And another very important thing is that some stories are just television stories and some stories are just print stories. Without pictures, you cannot make television. But this story is very important. You go to speak to people who would not like to come on the camera, but they can tell you. So you know that. And some stories are very visually attractive and they will be watched. But you write about, I can have many examples of that. But the basic thing, unless you have pictures, the story would be a print story only.
See, audience के ऊपर, reader के ऊपर छोड़ दो. You, as a digital media website, I want the story. It has to be in article format also. I want for Instagram there is a certain parameters कि ऐसा video होना चाहिए. For YouTube you have to have certain parameters. So my aim is कि it should go on all mediums. Like I want कि ये Instagram पे भी जाए, YouTube पे भी जाए, article भी रहे. When we did the first hirings, what qualities I looked? The person, journalism graduate, they are able to make creatives, graphics, they are able to write articles, they can video edit also, they can do anchoring also.
I'll tell you one of the funniest example.
All in one we are looking.
Very important. Yeah.
I'll tell you one of the funniest example. Same content but different interpretation by the different format users. Recently the change of power due to shift of these MLAs in Maharashtra, you are aware. So the content and coverage was the same. The MLAs were taken to some Guwahati and here and there. That was the written content. Now how television used it? Television channel used it in a visual format. Their buses and they are taken there, somebody are forcibly taken and whatnot. How this same content of the same company of newspaper is using on web portals, they are giving some other angle, some interpretation, whether they are going willfully or they are taken forcefully or whatever. So the different angle is shown. And how the newspaper reported, इतने बजे इतना हुआ, इतने बजे बस आई, इतने बजे graphic और ये newspaper में. So the same content, same happening can be interpreted differently by the same company's different medias. Print media, that is newspaper, television channel and web portal. So that is the difference in handling. But basically, when you are trying to go there, either you are to be content creator, they never call it editor. I think content managers and content creators, these are the terminologies utilized in web portals. You must know, you must smell that news. स्निफर डॉग जैसे होता है ना पुलिस में, यू हैव टू स्मेल दैट न्यूज कि मेरे पोर्टल के लिए या मेरे कंपनी के लिए इसमें से न्यूज जो जाने वाली है वो मैं क्या दे रही हूँ.
Exactly, that's journalism. What is news? क्या, unless you know it, then you don't have that mindset of being a journalist.
You can use different formats. You can convert into different formats, different interpretations. कभी फोटोग्राफ होगा, कभी विजुअल्स होगा, कभी बाइट्स होगा, कभी सिंपल वर्ड में आप बोलोगी. That news has to be smelled first. You have to take that smell and then convert in different packages.
And the packaging.
Packaging.
Political news is the best example where it's much more a print story because politicians wouldn't talk all those things on camera. You wouldn't reach them. So the articles, written articles would be much more read than any television news about politics.
So my basic job is to look after the watch is, I think, given to us for that only. I conclude within 2 sentences. We must understand the power of content, who is king, number 1. Then this digital media, the interactivity is most important because feedback is there. That's what Surinder said in the beginning. He has narrated the another qualities of journalism, which is very essential. And Mubarak has given his experience of developing a channel. He's basically from print, then entered in television, and how a city-centric web portal or channel can be developed. That's what he experienced. So I think
one small thing in the morning session, there was something which I just want to clarify, and I couldn't do that. There was a question that has the piece been promoted by social media or new media, and the speakers were very slowly saying yes, been promoted. It is absolutely not. Social media by itself is a divisive media, meaning that it shows you what you want to see, what you want to listen, and so there is a emphasis on what you already know. So that's a small thing we can discuss.
Sorry, no more questions because my time is up. So last sentence, we are learning journalism. Even if we are here since last 3 decades, still we are learning journalism. And journalism is the thing which you represent people, you show the mirror to the people, their own image, what's happening around. Only thing, why you are different than them? Because you can smell that news. That is your job as a journalist to show them in different packages while using your skills, utilization of technology and the given medium. Maybe you are in web portal, maybe you are on newspaper, maybe you are on television channel, but this new media is given you, it has given you the flexibility to go to the people, reach to the people on a large scale. So use that, get some more skills, acquire some skills, and again, try to create some good content which people would like, and they would utilize in their personal lives for their benefit and better life. Thank you so much, all the guests, for coming here and interacting with the people. Thanks a lot.
I thank all the panelists for such an enlightening session. Thank you for participating. Let us please have a huge round of applause for all the panelists. On behalf of MIT World Peace University, I would like to extend my warmest gratitude towards all the panelists, Shri T. Surenderji, Shri Raghavendra Varmaji, Shri Mubarak Ansariji, and Shri Samiran Valvekarji. Your comments and observations have unquestionably allowed us to consider the subtle difference that many of us would have overlooked in favor of the shift to new jobs and the great opportunities it brings. I also want to express my gratitude to Shri Samiran Valvekar ji for moderating this discussion with such grace and precision. Finally, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the audience for being such attentive listeners and active participants in the discussion. With this, I declare that this third plenary session of day 2 concluded. Thank you everyone for being so patient. I would also like to thank all the dignitaries, students, the organizing committee, volunteers, and the audience members.